1/4 go 24/7. Built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bent Brook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bent Brook.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go, live show now as we roll into a Tuesday. And I sent out on Twitter earlier today, just next couple of weeks, so it just shows you need to remember. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're in Ocean City, Maryland. Some big announcements on the show next week.
I think every day next week.
Every day next week, a big announcement.
If I was told by Little T correctly, we're going to do it every day.
So more on that as we move through next week, maybe even today. And then Thursday night, 5 until close, we're at Walk-Ons out at Stadium Trace in Hoover. So that's a week from Thursday night. And then August 24th and 25th, we're down at the Floribama. So if you're in any of those areas and get a chance to come hang out with us as we get ready for football season, let's do that. You've got gear already at Ocean City?
No, it's funny. I had this brought to me yesterday, and they said, this is what you're getting into when you go to Ocean City. I don't even... Grab a chicken plucker, Big Peckers Bar and Grill, Ocean City.
Wow, do they have a back?
Wow.
Yeah, let's see the back there.
See the back
Yes,
there.
Wow, grab a chicken plucker, Big Peckers Bar and Grill, Ocean City, Maryland.
Oh, so great. I didn't know I had a namesake
Can
on
I,
the bar up there.
Do they check at the door?
So apparently the place, I really don't know. Apparently the place we're going.
It's going to be a little awkward if they do.
That is Floribama-like is a place called Singles.
Oh, let's Google that.
Singles.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler, you're on at
are you-
Singles, Ocean City, Maryland.
Are you
Tiger.
making this up? Singles?
I am not making this up. I got a full rundown last night.
Tyler's on it. Singles. I mean, Floribama has.
So my choices
Better
right now
name.
is Big Peckers or Singles.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. And one could lead to the other, Jim.
Yeah, can I get a
Maybe it wasn't Singles. Damn it. Because it's popping up Find Singles events groups.
Ironically, Big Peckers was number one on the list.
Go to the 5 bars for Singles in Ocean City. I guarantee
now
it's
we're
on
in the
there.
rabbit hole.
What's crazy is that
It's something like Singles. It sounded like a strip. It sounded like strip club actually.
yeah. We'll get into it as we roll on. Another thing from yesterday's show as we get ready to hit a plane later this afternoon is I'm still a little
Secrets.
Secrets? That's it.
That's
Here we go. All
That's
right,
even
secret.
crazy.
That's
Wait a
it.
second. Secrets?
Yeah, Secrets. I think they've got some of their tables are in water.
All right. Tyler's. We got video on the
it's
website.
Secrets
here,
on the
Tyler.
Beach. That's a better name. Secrets on the Beach.
All right. We got Blackened Shrimp.
They misspelled Secrets, didn't they?
Secrets. It's a little play on words there.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm not good at catching misspellings, by the way.
Yeah. Well, that's a busy website they got there, Tyler. Oh, it's got a little Floribama vibe to it.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
singing music too at
Yeah.
night, food and music.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
We'll compare and contrast.
Secrets.
Secrets on the Beach.
Find us and get lost is their logo, or
We'll
is
be
their
there.
motto.
Don't expect a lot of content other than traveling from us today, because again, LT points out 11:57 Eastern time is when we roll into Ocean City, Maryland, after taking what my old man would call a pond skipper, right, or something like that. A
Pond jumper.
A pond jumper.
Puddle jumper.
Puddle jumper.
Puddle jumper.
You know, small
So
planes.
we-
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be on.
We've got a 3-hour layover in Charlotte,
I like to
assuming
call that
everything's on
dinner.
time. That is going to be dinner,
I
but
like
we'll
to call that drinks.
but dinner and drinks, 3-hour layover. We need to do a Ask Us Anything as well. I think we could pull that off from the Charlotte airport.
All right.
If we've got good Wi-Fi or cell service, good enough to support the video.
Charlotte Airport, I think is.
I've been in Charlotte Airport.
Me too. I think it is the best Wi-Fi connection in all of
Okay.
airports.
So I think it'll be probably what time do we land in Charlotte?
It'll be prime time.
It'll be in prime time.
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
around
we-
7 o'clock Central.
Yeah, we land in Charlotte at 6:30. Give us time to get settled.
Yeah.
Get a little dinner in front of us or dinner order in, and we'll do an Ask Us Anything from
Yeah.
Charlotte.
GKIRBO. I'm going to just call you Gerbo. Says, do it from Dale Jr.'s restaurant. Does he have one inside the
I would guess Dale's
the Charlotte
probably
airport?
sold his name to somebody. Look at Tyler; he's on it again.
Oh, Tyler, we're good. I mean, that,
No,
No,
I'd like to know
I
the
can see
names.
it with Dale, half the car coming out of the
Yeah. Oh,
you can
restaurant.
see
Yeah.
that. Each car is like part of his wreckage from his Cup Series.
Do you think
career.
nobody sits in booth number 3? Like booth
No,
number 3,
leave
it's
that
off
one open
limits
all the time.
Yeah, it's
I've
a
never been
memorial.
to Charlotte. I've been through that airport a bunch. And it's typically when I'm going to the West Coast, which makes no sense.
It's American. It's when you're flying American. It's a big Charlotte hub. Yeah, I'm with you. I've driven through Charlotte. I hadn't spent much time there, but I've been to that airport several times.
I've heard it's a fun
American.
town. You ever been?
Charlotte?
Yeah.
I've been, a couple times, I guess. I've never been out in Charlotte. Worked both times.
Oh,
I've been
there's
there.
Whiskey River. There's Dale Jr.'s restaurant.
Oh, it's called, okay, I appreciate it's not called Dale Jr.'s. It's called Whiskey River?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I thought the Q had a restaurant there. I saw 1037.
1037 the Q.
All right. We're looking forward to traveling. Come along with us on all our social media platforms. We look forward to that. We're 18 days now away from the kickoff of the college football season, but the coaches poll came out yesterday. And, with realignment talk's been dominating. And you said something that you were sort of, how'd you phrase it about college football right now going into the season? You were a little
soured, I think is what you said.
Yeah. Just I don't like the fact that geography means nothing. And look, we started to get a taste of this back in 2012 when Missouri came to the SEC. And help me out.
Technically, even more than that.
Texas A&M.
92, Arkansas, and South Carolina.
West Virginia going to the Big 12.
But do you guys remember 92 feeling this way? It just didn't feel this way.
No.
Now, when Texas A&M and Missouri came in, it felt this way because a lot of it was going on. But South Carolina, first of all, Arkansas came from a conference that was already falling apart. So you had other conference movement because the Big 8 and the Southwest Conference were merging for the Big 12, and Arkansas decided to come to the SEC. It just didn't feel the same to me, though.
Well, and another thing is we probably popped out the Birmingham News or the Post-Herald and read about it.
That's true. Yeah. Ray Malik says Arkansas is coming.
It had happened 2 days ago by the time we got it in the newspaper. Oh, look what happened.
But it just didn't feel the same to me. I don't know about you guys.
Well, and that's my point, Brown. That's my point, is that, in my lifetime, not y'all's, like my little grandmother, she used to have to drive a car that did not have power steering in it, and she had three on the steering wheel. There's a saying for that in the car world, but she had to shift, clutch, gas, shifting on the steering wheel with no power steering, and she was like a 5'2" grandmother.
Was this the one that dipped?
This was the one that dipped.
So how did she hold her dipper, her cup, when she was doing all that?
You spit out the window, probably. Yeah.
You just had to do a lot of stuff. She welded ships during World War II.
But you've driven a car without power steering, right? That thing is, it's hard to get one of those things
I've
turned.
done it.
That's right. 3 under the tree. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, Andrew. 3 on a tree. That's what she drove me to Little League practice.
Would it ever grind like getting into the gear?
When I was learning to drive, especially right there on the railroad tracks in Alabaster, used to be on a hill.
Ooh,
and
that's
you'd
a
get
bad
caught
place
right
to
there,
stall out.
And I'd be
that's when you leave it.
And so cars, they started to change, and then everybody had power steering. The old country saying, roll the windows down.
I know.
You used to literally have to roll the windows down. Now it's all electric, right? And
I bet you were one of those that rolled the windows down before you went over a bridge.
I have. I'm from a trailer park, man. There was a time when you would go down to the coast for the first time and you'd go across one of those big bridges. I'd roll the window down.
Especially when you had electric finally.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever have electric windows?
That's a good point. The electric, because if we got in the water, is that going to work? If I could always manually
Well,
roll that down.
in driver's ed, they used to always tell you to keep something in that you could bust the window with, like a little ball peen hammer or something like they used to make a glass break.
But think about that. How many water landings do we have in car accidents?
It would seem very few.
Yeah.
But
Well, you have to actually keep.
you know what? It only takes one. You have to be the one in it.
It only takes one. My point is, we've, from cars to planes to, even our technology.
No, how
the
quick
news
it
and
goes.
Everything, it all moves so fast.
So last time we were at Disney.
Why are we so worried about college football then?
Well,
I'm not.
No,
I'm not either. But
Because
you
every
are.
generation has had this moment. Like when football first showed up on TV, when coaches quit wearing ties. And I know you're going to say this is all different, but these were all like big deals back then. Oh, it'll never be the same again. Integration, my God. I'm sure there were people back in the day when, all white schools started playing black players that were like, game will never be the same. They're forcing us.
You're right. It's getting
It
better.
wasn't. It only got better.
I wish we could go back, though, in the early days of us doing a show together when you guys said, I don't want college football. And I remember this, to ever emulate what the NFL. They are separate. They shouldn't be the same. And this thing is growing. It's becoming the NFL. It's exactly what it's becoming.
I do not disagree with that. And I'm sure I said that at some point.
No, and I do. And here's where it's different for me. is I think the crowds and the fan experience is a little bit more, well, I don't even want to say personal, because there are some really good NFL franchises that they have a college-like game day atmosphere. But if you go to a game in Atlanta or a game in Nashville, it's not the same as going to a game in the SEC.
Yeah.
No,
the
but
in-person
now,
atmosphere.
But
yeah.
If you go to a Vanderbilt game in Nashville, it's not the same either.
No, it is not.
no,
but the good college atmospheres are so much better than the good NFL atmospheres. That's not even close.
Yeah.
The NFL cannot replicate that.
And that's, to me, is what separates the SEC or college football from the NFL.
Okay, how about this? There's just not going to be really any identity. It might not matter with these conferences now.
Now that I'm sad about, okay, because you know
we've got 18 Big Ten teams next year.
That is what I'm sad about. Is you always call me Jimmy SEC. You call me Jimmy a lot, but Jimmy SEC is one of those. I always fly the banner. Well, that's becoming less and less important now because there's not so many different. I really started doing that as a kid because in the South, we didn't have as many pro franchises as we have now. We had the Atlanta teams. I never have counted Florida. And it was always in college football or occasionally college basketball was my way to feel like we were as important or as good as New York or L.A. or Chicago or Texas or whatever because we had good college football. And it was us, the SEC, against the rest of the world. And I've always waved that flag, us against the rest of them. But now that's even becoming less and less because we're going to have fewer conferences. I don't think the conference identity is mattering as much anymore.
Here's why that doesn't feel as bad to me, Lance, is because, and maybe this is what everybody's saying is bad for the sport, but I live in SEC country. It has really become SEC versus Big Ten. That's the rivalry that matters. There really wasn't an SEC versus Pac-12 rivalry. I didn't feel it.
No, but back in the day.
There might have been back in the day, but I'm saying as we live here today, it is SEC versus Big Ten. There's not SEC versus ACC. That's not a conference rivalry. You got some rivalries in there. South Carolina, Clemson, Georgia Tech, Louisville, Kentucky, for whatever some of those games matter.
No, but as I was growing up, when the ACC beat an SEC team, it was a big deal.
Yeah, and that's always going to be the case. But the big rivalry is SEC versus Big Ten.
Oh, and that's what it's become now. It's the SEC and Big Ten and then everyone else.
Yeah, and we're not losing that rivalry. It's only getting stronger in theory.
Yeah, but with so many teams, it does water that down a little bit. It's almost like NFC, AFC.
Well, part of the problem is they almost never play. It takes the Outback Bowl to get us to play one another.
And it seems like that's going to, that may even get smaller with the number of games we'll have to play. But that was my point. I wanted to just take what you said yesterday is there's a lot of things that we don't like changing. I mean, ESPN, for instance. I read something today. Clay, this is something Clay talks about every year. Clay's with us coming up at the top of the next hour. But ESPN, their number of subscribers went under 75 million, which is back to the number it was in 1999.
Yeah, Jim, it's down to almost 3 million this year.
Yeah, so back
and
to,
we're not even done with the year yet. I'm just talking January to August.
To the number it was 1999.
Yeah, but what is their? Why would you watch ESPN? I guess that's
live sports.
That's it.
Yeah. Right. And so that's who the SEC's tied to, right? ESPN and ABC. That's their long-term contract. That's their financial lifeline. But I was reading that likely we're going to get everything delivered to us eventually by ESPN on a streaming service. Now, meanwhile, the Pac-12 just disintegrated because their only offer was Apple, and it was a streaming only offer, right? That was their only offer, and it was called by one AD like selling candy bars back in Little League to pay for your uniforms. Is what their TV deal was going to be. So in the future, we may all be on the streaming service. And right now, that seems like something I will not like. And then I have to remember, well, hell, everything I get at home is on the streaming service.
Yeah, I don't know. Why would that matter to you?
It's not, but it just feels, I mean, I have to turn on my streaming service, YouTube TV, to go to ESPN.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why that matters to people that it's going to be streaming on. I mean, that's
I don't know either. I'm just telling you, it feels like a change. And then when I think about it, it really isn't going to be that big of a change.
It's not that big of a difference.
But what would make the most sense is if you had just Major League Baseball, the MLB network. It had every game on, and it at least had that option. You would just stream MLB and whatever you paid per month. Same with the NFL. Same with the NBA.
Are you talking about a la carte?
Same with college football. Yeah.
Oh, we'll probably get there
And
one
that
day,
way-
but it's not going to be the savings people think it's going to be.
No, but I would be done with ABC, CBS.
A lot of people would.
NBC,
Yeah, well,
all
but
of this.
You say that, but part of the ESPN deal is a lot of games are going to be on ABC. So
Yeah, but I'm saying if they weren't one day, like if you had an option of just a college football streaming service where you got every game.
one of the projections, ironically, is Iger, who's back in charge of Disney, will consider selling ABC and maybe ABC and ESPN.
Yeah, the most industry experts think they're going to have to unload ESPN.
Yeah, and ABC.
I mean,
together.
ABC with that, yeah.
And guess who the likely buyer is?
The Saudis.
Apple.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, they've got money to throw around. Let me ask you guys this,
just was offering the streaming deal to the Pac-12 that it all imploded.
You said the only thing that you watch on ESPN are games, right?
Live events.
sporting
Now,
events.
I will occasionally, like after Monday Night Football, when Scott Van Pelt comes on, that's the night, if I'm not mistaken, he does Bad Beats on Monday night, if I'm not mistaken. And I stick around for that. And normally it's just because the NFL game has ended and I've still got the TV on and SVP gets to it quickly and he's normally recapping the game. So I never turn ESPN on unless it's a live sporting event.
my other point was going to be, so what do you watch on network television? The only thing I ever watch
live sporting events.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that, like to me, it's pretty much obsolete live TV outside of live sporting events.
Yeah, I watch, like CBS 42 has been off DirecTV for, this is the longest I can remember, like a month and a half.
Oh, I didn't even know what it was. And I'm still on DirecTV.
Yeah, month and a half. Well, the only reason I know that is because I go there for the PGA Tour. And I haven't been able to watch weekend events on the PGA Tour for a month and a half now because CBS 42 is in a dispute. Well, it's not CBS 42, to be fair. It's their parent company. They got nothing to do with it. It's their parent company's in the dispute with DirecTV. So, I'll do what I always do. I'll call DirecTV and I'll demand that they prorate my bill. Actually, I can do it online and they'll prorate my bill. And it ain't much, but it's the principle of it. But yeah, that's the only reason I go to CBS 42s for live sporting events. There's nothing that comes on CBS I want to watch. Nothing. I can't tell you. Like when I was watching an NFL game last year and they did, it's a show. It's two people's names. Somebody Loves Somebody. I don't know why I'm asking Tyler. You probably don't know what CBS is.
It's the
Somebody the heart.
It's Billy Gardell who was on the show.
That's right.
She's got a crazy name.
Yeah. Anyway,
he's got a regular name.
Yeah. So that they do a promo. I'm like, my gosh, that show's still on. And come to find out, it's one of the highest rated shows on network television. I had no idea it was even still on. It was like season 6.
All that to say is it changes. Change sucks. I don't like change, but college football is still going to be college football. And
you just said yesterday you love change.
No, I don't love change.
Did you say you embrace change?
I embrace it. I don't like it.
You said yesterday. We've got to get sound on this. You said yesterday you like sound or you like change.
I embrace change. I
you
do.
just know that it's coming, so you may as well embrace it.
I embrace it. I try not to get upset about it. Change, because I'm, as an older guy. Later on we get into that our Jetsons cars are about to be tested this year. By end of year, we're going to
disastrous by
test
the way.
flying cars.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the bugs get worked out before I buy mine.
$300,000. You can go ahead
I'm
and
gonna let the price drop too.
Pre-order yours right now. Luckily, it's not going to be in a populated area. We're going to test this out in the San Francisco area.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
A lot of people be all about that.
What could go wrong? But I'm not going to worry about flying cars.
Oh yeah, you will. You worry about everything.
I'm just saying I've got to embrace it because
you'll worry about it, but you'll
live
embrace
long
it.
enough. Hell, I've been waiting for it since I was a kid.
He's a complicated guy, Lance. He'll embrace it, but he also will worry about it.
I'm not going to ever be in a flying car.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah,
All
mark
right.
that.
Yeah.
Mark that.
Mark that.
Our first flying car sponsorship.
That's
when
right.
it's flashing up here like our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham is right now. All of a sudden, it's going to be like,
Lance will say-
LT's got to pay. LT, your new ride from Flying Car Romeo.
I know I said I would never be in a flying car.
I might ride in one. I'm not going to drive one.
You don't drive the rolling cars. What's the difference?
Volfan 205's right. I'm not out on football. I never said that.
No, you never said you were out. You said you're souring on college
I said
football.
I am still going to be there from 11
right.
a.m. till 2
You never
2
said
a.m.
that.
Yeah.
I will defend you.
Troy says F change. Nothing ever changes for the better ever.
Oh, that's incorrect.
Incorrect, Troy.
Yes. Do you
Incorrect.
still light candles when you go in a room?
Yeah. Check that air conditioning today, Troy.
Yeah. Do you still have to crank your car started?
Yeah, check that, Troy. Just your food, man. Your
Yeah.
food services. I mean, crap. You don't even have to go grocery shop
Tesla
anymore.
Talk says, flip on Alabama, watch Nick Saban. That was a coaching change.
Yeah.
I'd say that's for the better.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Good point. I think he's an Auburn fan. So,
Hey, Jeff Fisher to Sean McVay.
Yeah, that's guys.
Hemp
maybe
Hill
Belichick.
Service is part of our coverage. Couple of great sponsors here in this opening segment. Hemp Hill's one of them.
Yeah, summer weather is still in full effect. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you enter the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. It was, I estimated 82 degrees here in studio yesterday. Dunaway pulled it. It was 79 degrees. I said, if we had Hemp Hill,
which is hot inside.
everything would be great. Chad Rhodes shows up just for a couple of minutes. It feels great in here today.
Oh, it's amazing in here today.
Not saying they did anything, but just maybe the presence. Hey, look, for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, it's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
All right. So one other thing here before we get all the sports headlines and everything going on in college football, the NFL exhibition play coming back later this week for everybody after we had the first game last week. Hard Knocks tonight, 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, HBO.
I think LT needs to get, well, you're going to be traveling tonight. I'd like to get him to, he's going to watch every episode and give us a breakdown.
Yeah.
Give us
I
a
will.
review. I'd like for
So
LT to
y'all are not
review
going to
it.
watch it all.
Oh, I am.
Probably not, no.
I am.
I've been out on Hard Knocks for quite a while. Loved it early.
Yeah, the Jets, ironically, was my favorite one back when it was
Buddy Ryan, Mike Tannenbaum.
Buddy Ryan, yeah. I mean, not-
Rex Ryan.
Rex Ryan.
When Corey
Tannenbaum.
Reamer got cut, right?
Yeah, that was my favorite one of all time. A lot better than my Buccaneers that year. But another thing drops today on Netflix. Could be out right now, but it's dropping today. Untold Johnny Football.
Oh, I've heard this is so good.
I have two, and I don't want to be that guy.
What guy?
That guy that questions whether it's all authentic or real. But Johnny Manziel says that after he got cut by the Browns in this documentary, and you know they always have to release something big to try to get you hooked, that he did all the crazy things that he did after he got cut and spent all that money because his plan was to just burn his life down and then kill himself.
Yeah, he contemplated suicide.
And
yeah.
he contemplated suicide.
Yeah, I can believe that with him. He strikes me
You
as
can?
that type. Yeah, I really can.
See, I can't.
I just watching the way he operates, he strikes me as the type that was
Very destructive.
I can't say the phrase I want to say, but there's a Southern phrase that describes it: the blanket lifestyle. Just blanket, we'll figure it out, or whatever, or I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I
you only
could
live
see
once
this.
type lifestyle. Yeah.
He seems to love himself so much. that
Well, I mean, look, that's again, you can't get inside somebody's head. He always seemed like somebody that was fighting demons nonstop, and he had really good things going for him. And he seemed like to make the dumbest mistakes to kind of, again, self-destructive. Have you ever seen Leaving Las Vegas? I'm going to say you probably have.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
With Nick Cage.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he does. He decides to cashes out everything, moves to Vegas, and decides to kill himself. It's a unique way the way he does it. He drinks himself today in 30 days. Drinks himself to death in 30 days.
Which, by the way, watching that happen,
Would be so painful.
yeah, just looked horrible. Horrible. So Johnny Manziel, glad he didn't do it. I will watch this as well. I get two things. Rarely is there anything I want to watch that's not a live sporting event. Two things that I want to watch dropping today, and we'll be in an airport traveling. So,
Well, I mean, good for Johnny. I haven't seen this. I haven't read about it. But based on what you're saying, this is his way to share. And, maybe he's in a much better place now.
Untold Johnny Football, Netflix tonight.
And maybe his calling in life is to go out and to speak to churches and schools and
Yeah, I would hope so.
corporations
Yeah.
and say, hey, look, man, I had everything in front of me. I grew up a privileged kid. I had a ton of athletic ability, won a Heisman Trophy, went in the first round, had all of this in front of me. And because of bad decisions, I completely blew it. I wanted to end my life, and now I'm here, and hopefully he can change people's lives.
Over 100 quick messages in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. Thank you guys for doing it for us. From the back row, Johnny was absolutely destructive enough to harm himself. It should be fun to see that and maybe all of a sudden start cheering for Johnny Football. Not for a comeback story, just for the rest of his life, whatever he can end up doing. That's on Netflix today. Hard Knocks is on HBO. And we've got the Baltimore Orioles on TBS. A reason to cheer against the Orioles, maybe, as we move throughout the
No
show
doubt.
today. Houston and Baltimore tonight, a little baseball. Atlanta loses to Pittsburgh yesterday. They're back on your local TVs as well. Show 506 being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
They want you to see America, Jimmy Dunaway. Johnston RV Center does, and they are sending you to see America in style. In fact, right now at Johnston RV Center, you can find those great RVs they've got, like the travel trailers at just $139 a month. That is less than $5 a day. 2023 fifth wheels from just $439 a month. They've got great military discounts. Those of you that have served in the military, whether active duty or retired, I hope you know how much we appreciate all you've done for this incredible country. It's the greatest country in the universe, and you are the reason why. They love you there as well at Johnston RV Center, and they're giving you great discounts as a way of saying thank you. Also, lifetime warranty on all new campers and any used campers under 2 years old or newer. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasperatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com or call 205-273-8813.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Brown warning us about tomorrow's show. That's going to be 86 and sunny tomorrow.
And we're outside.
For our outside show. It was 79 with no breeze inside here yesterday.
I know.
I think we're prepared. And if you ever go to the Gulf Coast this time of year,
all right,
86 on the beach. I mean, it's not cold, but I mean, we're used to 96 on the beach.
That is correct.
And it
now,
feels
but
good.
We'll be out in the sun. You know, the sun changes things. 86 in the shade, 86 in the sun feels totally different.
I packed a lot of Next Round hats.
Oh, I got hats.
Yeah, and I got hoodies for at night. So I'm good. The changing desert weather is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I am going to. I'm the worst packer in the world, and I still haven't packed.
Packed last night. I'm ready to go.
I'm going to try to underpack this time, and if I get burned, I get burned.
Yeah, I went one bag, small one.
It's a 3-day trip. How can you not go one bag?
Technically,
Nah, it's not. It's really a 5-day trip.
yeah,
Well, you've got tonight.
4 nights.
Well, I mean, tonight we're going to get there at 1 in the morning.
Okay, but you got tonight still. Then you've
Okay.
got tomorrow.
That's day 1.
Day 2 is Thursday.
And day 3 is Friday.
And then we've
We
got
fly home
Saturday.
on Saturday.
Yeah. But you've got to pack for Saturday.
4 nights.
Y'all make it sound like y'all divas, man.
As
Did
the-
you pack your bathrobe?
In the hopefully I've got one waiting.
Oh, yeah. In the closet?
Jack was like, how many pairs of shoes are you taking? I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've got 3.
That's pretty good.
Well, I got one on and then 2
Yeah,
others. I've
no,
got
that's-
no dress shoes, though.
Why would you need dress shoes or go to the beach?
I don't know. I did bring some adult pants, 2
Oh,
pairs.
not me. Shorts
just in
and shorts
case.
only, baby.
Well, I didn't know where we're going to be. I
I
mean,
might not wear a belt.
hell, Secrets on the Beach, maybe a formal
No,
dining.
if,
I don't
if it's
know.
anything like Florida, you ain't wearing pants.
That's the thing is I really don't know what to expect with this town.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. We'll
I
find
expect
out.
I ain't wearing pants. That's what I expect.
Quickly before LT tells us about Michelson, the Orioles, they can't have good things, right? They're having the season, and they suspended their play-by-play guy Kevin Brown, their television play-by-play guy Kevin Brown. They're not calling it a suspension. In fact, they're not doing anything. Basically, what we're learning is that John Angelos and the Angelos family, there's a reason why the Orioles have sucked for a couple of decades, and it goes back to their ownership. People that make bad choices or bad people don't usually have success. And obviously they've had a lot of success in business, but their Orioles have been really bad. They're having their breakout year. They're back. They're good. They're the feel-good story of baseball.
Second best record in baseball behind only the Braves.
So Kevin Brown is the play-by-play guy on television, and in a July 23rd series in Tampa, he was just pointing out that they had lost 15 straight series at Tropicana Field.
Yeah. A stat, by the way. That is an undeniable
it is
stat.
Fact.
Yep.
And he really didn't get into a whole lot of, he didn't bloviate about it, didn't offer any hot takes or anything. He just was reading facts. And the fact that they were about to, win that series at Tropicana Field, which had not happened in their last 15 trips to Tampa. By the way, the team had taken over first place from. And then he got suspended and by the owner because of his comments. And people went back and watched the tape, and that's what it was about. Now, they're not saying that. The Orioles are not. They're not even calling it a suspension. They're saying he'll be back soon enough. Last night, all over Major League Baseball, every broadcast team.
Well, I mean,
took a
this is
shot at the
obviously
Orioles.
legit, or it wouldn't be all over the place. And they're saying this because there's such a backlash. There are player relationships with broadcasters. They travel together, good or bad. But if this team likes Kevin Brown, it's almost like I would go to management and say, hey, look, we're not playing until he's back in the booth. Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Forster's, can I get Forster's mic?
He's a huge Orioles fan.
He flipped from the White Sox to the Orioles
Yeah.
this year. This is your team. I mean, is it just you? You just bring out shitty organization management?
Jim, I'm out. I am off the bandwagon. I wasn't really on anyway.
Who are you going with now?
Are
you a free agent?
He's probably going to go to the Rangers.
Nah, I mean the White Sox are so in my blood that
you're back.
I can't shake them.
Well, I was going to say you could go to the Cubs. That's another Chicago. It's another Chicago team. They're playing well right now.
Yeah. Hey, how about
turn the lights off?
So
He don't want to be John Cusack.
I hope the Orioles lose every game the rest of the year.
Well, I mean, that's normally been a safe bet, but they're actually pretty good this year, which
I
is
Which
great.
would help out my Tampa Bay Rays.
Again, Keith Wisenhunt, who is going to be hosting us up in Ocean City, big Orioles fan. I've always liked the Orioles uniforms.
Me too.
They are the
Stadium,
feel good.
history.
And they're one of my
bet-
4 teams, so I can't pull against them this
I
year.
bet Keith doesn't back up this move.
Oh, I bet
I
he
mean,
doesn't
nobody
either.
backs up this move. It's just a stupid move. I mean, like, what are you What are you pissed about? Number one.
Yeah, it's just facts. I mean,
Yeah.
you're the owner. You're the reason your team sucked
That's
the last
right.
23 years.
I mean, is that what he's pissed about? Is that this guy's calling attention to the fact that, you know what? Our ownership is, if we can't win in Tampa, it's the worst stadium in baseball.
I'll be honest, this is one of the biggest selling points for doing what we're doing now.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you can't control.
That's right.
Just your opinion can get you in so much trouble in 2023.
And that wasn't even opinion, Lance. That was
is
just
fact,
fact.
yeah.
Yeah.
But Lance is absolutely right. When you leave your future in the hands of someone else, they can make bad decisions about your future.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Kevin Brown, wrote a song and released a video, not in my home stadium. little Jason Aldean.
I got the joke, Jay. Yes.
Michael's,
I did.
Michelson Laser Vision.
205-969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama back in 1995, performed my procedure in 2003. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Make the phone call today, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
So, but do you know what type of employee you get now as a scared employee, right? This guy's like, I mean, my gosh, I just stated fact and got suspended.
And, and a good play-by-play guy is creative.
That's right. It's a Skip Carey. It's a Harry Carey. It's a Bob Euchre. It's guys that sometimes said things that seemed inappropriate that were funny, right?
Right.
But now this guy's going to be scared to death to do his job. So what kind of employee is he going to be? Yeah. This is why
I'd lean into it. Brown's up here in the 9th inning. Got a hit last night.
Yes.
He's 0 for 3. Nope.
Don't give stats.
He had 3 earlier at bats, so we won't get into it. But he's up here in the 9th, and he got a hit last night.
If y'all think Dunaway's kidding, he ain't. That's 100% the way you do it.
No, legitimately, the best voices behind mics are comfortable voices. If you're not comfortable, if you're tense, if you're stressed, if you're worried about something happening, it's just not natural. And I agree with you. I think this is going to make him a worse play-by-play guy.
There's no doubt. He'll play scared now.
Speaking of not natural and change, the Jimmy V Classic, doubleheader basketball, Madison Square Garden, or New York, wherever they play. I don't know if it's in Brooklyn or at MSG.
This is the one where they do the unveiling of the first college playoff at halftime. Is that right? Or between games, not halftime, between games. No, they play the speech between games. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to hijack.
Yeah, it's okay. Not important, but it's Jimmy V Classic. Usually some of the marquee blue bloods. But to show you how things change, the announcement, I mean, you do have UConn and North Carolina in one game.
Okay, that's a pretty good game.
Okay.
Take that.
The other game, Florida Atlantic versus Illinois. I mean, what they did last year, all that team back.
I like it.
I mean, how unique is it to see a Florida Atlantic in the Jimmy V Classic?
I think that's really cool because, I mean, you get to see Duke and all these teams all the time. Why not see this team?
And we'll see if they can follow it up. You know, Loyola that year after going to the Final Four, they still had a pretty good run the next year. And I think Florida Atlantic, if they stay healthy, based on what they've got coming back for Dusty May, they're going to be legitimate.
Yeah, they could be like Butler. I mean, I don't
back-to-back years.
Back-to-back years, except, you know, the second year for Butler. The first year, am I right, weren't they a 9 seed? And the second year, they were a 5 seed or something like that?
Yeah, and in the first year, they got back and forth. Like the first year, I think they got whipped by UConn. The second year came down to the Gordon Hayward
the half-court shot. Yeah, but, I mean, this Florida Atlantic team will be more like a 4 or 5 seed if they play to their potential.
By the way, last year was only the second time since the conference, the NCAA tournament expanded back in 1985, that none of the 4 big blue bloods made it to the second weekend of Sweet 16.
Yeah,
that's North Carolina, Kentucky, Duke, and Kansas. Only the second time since '85, none of the blue bloods made it to the second weekend. 2021, 2023, and you wonder if the changing landscape that we're doing in football is impacting that.
Yeah, you do wonder that. But real quick on Florida Atlantic, they changed what we're supposed to call them. Do you remember what it is? They either dumped FAU or dumped Florida Atlantic. I can't remember which. Now I'd lean into the Florida Atlantic. I'd want every student to think, wait a minute, I'm in Florida and I'm on the ocean. That's where I want to go to school.
Yeah, I do not.
They changed it. Yeah.
Did not see that.
Yeah, there's one thing we're not supposed to call them. Yeah, I do wonder how much football has impacted that. It's a good point.
And one other thing, if you're wondering about the Big 12 in basketball in this realignment, this is KenPom using the last 10 years of KenPom ratings all combined. So this is a long decade of basketball. The Big 12 in basketball now will have 8 KenPom top 50 programs over the last decade. 8 of them.
Okay.
Just outside is Houston, Iowa State, and BYU, which would give you 11 in the top 54 of KenPom over the last decade. 15 of the 16 are in KenPom top 100 over the last decade. How good of a basketball conference is that?
It's been a really good basketball conference.
Can you tell me the one that is not? Pretty easy guess.
Well, you say that.
Obviously not a basketball school. they're not in the top 100 in Ken Palm.
TCU?
Nope.
No.
TCU's good.
Yeah,
Well, they have been, but I don't think historic. I mean, for a decade.
But it is initials. UCF.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't thinking,
You know, they had
yeah.
that minute when they almost beat Duke
Yeah.
with Zion.
Yeah, they were like an
an
8 seed even still, though. Didn't they have a big, tall guy? They had like some 7'4" guy or something like that.
Yeah, what was the dude's
I
name?
can't
He
remember.
played for Boston.
Yeah.
Bull.
No.
No, but they did have a
Manute
big, tall
Manute?
guy. Yeah. Manute.
God, what was the guy's name?
Hakeem.
I don't really care what his name was, but yeah, they had a big, tall guy. I remember that.
All right. One interesting story that I'll check.
Taco Fell.
Yep.
Yeah, Taco. That's exactly right. We don't have. Is there a house demolition in trash today?
No.
Okay, I got an amazing story that Brown brought up. He brings up all the time. Government. If the government gets involved, they can screw things up.
Almost always.
An interesting story about that after LT tells us about our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Non-sports related, by the way.
That's non-sports related? The demolition, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I figured much if it's in trash, but no, do not have that. New York Butcher Shop, get in, see Jim. Great staff there, 2 great locations. Again, stop by for the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget about the huge deli sandwiches. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cahaba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
So what happened according to Channel 2?
Action News?
In Channel 2 Action News at the speed of life in Atlanta, Georgia. It's just an empty lot now, but the city demolished his Southwest Atlanta home. Now the man is suing the city because the city is suing him.
Oh, wow.
They've charged him $68,000 for the demolition.
Okay, that seems excessive.
The official demolition hearing notice was for Lawton Avenue, zip code 3314.
Okay.
But his home was on Lawton Street, 3310 zip code,
So-
about 1.4 miles away.
The government agency demolished the wrong home,
Yep.
sent him a $68,000 bill for it, which he said, not only am I not paying the bill,
Yep.
but you demolished the wrong home, and now they're suing him to make him pay the bill?
Yes.
I mean, this is government. This is government at its finest right here.
You know, the hearing to have his home demolished, he didn't get the notice because they mailed it to the wrong place.
Because it wasn't his home.
Right, exactly.
Right.
And they demolished the other home.
What happens if you get summons for jury duty, which I have been summoned after we talk about that? It's funny how this works out. But if you don't get your summons?
So, like, if they send it and you don't get it, I guess you...
Like if it got lost in the mail?
Yeah, I mean, you have to... I guess you'd have to
See, I
convince
think
them it got lost in the mail.
this was a address problem, but I'm with you. There's a lot of mail. And I guess as a citizen, I'm supposed to read everything. But there's a lot of garbage that comes in the mail.
if I don't recognize immediately where it came from, I just tear it up and throw it in
Chuck
the
it,
trash.
yeah.
Well, what would you say if you get
I get
7 things a day?
I can't tell you how many credit card offers I get in the mail every day.
7 things a day, and usually 7 of them don't even make it into my house.
Yeah,
right?
most of the time it goes straight in the trash. Yeah,
I'm walking in, I'm tearing, throwing.
because I don't know why I do this, but the credit card offers I rip it in half just so nobody can try it.
Yeah, but it's only in half.
Well, I know. Well, they don't want to.
But I do the same thing.
Yeah.
But I'm like you. I mean, there's a chance that in my ripping and tearing, I could tear up any official notice. It seems like if it's something important like demolition of a house or jury duty, it should be something you have to sign for.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, you should.
So it's like certified mail where the lady knocks on the door.
Yeah.
And you go to the door
and they ought to explain, hey, look, your house is about to be demoed, or you're about to be summoned for jury duty.
Yeah, boy. I mean, if that knock comes on the door, you do not answer.
Because by the way, you get served when you get subpoenaed.
That's true. Yeah.
So why would you not get served for jury
There's
duty?
going to be a lot of people out there like, thank God it was only jury duty.
Hey, are you Lance Taylor? You'd be like, I am not.
It's just jury duty, sir. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right.
So good for the show if I don't show up? Say I got lost
let's see
in the
what
mail?
happens. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's just see what happens.
Chat room's on fire today over there.
We're going to address that?
Yeah.
It's former, not latter.
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
There you go, Bama football.
So no, we're not. That was your answer.
All right, we're off and rolling. Show being brought to you today by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. LT tells us about them. You already done that.
Already.
Right?
He has, Jim.
A great place to go by and get steaks and stuff. I had a wonderful steak there last night from there. Wonderful ribeye, a little bone in last night. Cooked that up with little sweet potatoes. You can get that always at New York Butcher Shop. That's where we pay off our steak bets. Right now, 8 steaks up. Looking forward to football season coming up. Lance has some plays at lanceslock.com for baseball happening night. Exhibition football returns Thursday, Friday, Saturday this weekend. All that at lanceslock.com. Well, when we come back, the big news in college football and a position that I forgot really existed. That's next right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Back with you on the Next Round. Houston and Baltimore tonight at 6. Atlanta, Pittsburgh at 6 last night. Pittsburgh over the Braves. Mets over the Cubs. Giants beat the Angels again. Angels have lost 7 straight since doubling down on Ohtani at the trade deadline. What is amazing, Brown, is this fact right here is that NFL quarterbacks never like to retire, right?
Right.
They never like to retire. This guy has a job with CBS this year, with CBS doing NFL games, but he keeps the door open. Matt Ryan saying yesterday he's excited about his new gig as an analyst on CBS, but I'm staying in shape. I'm working out just in case any NFL team suffers an injury and they need me.
Well, I did notice when the booths were announced, if I'm not mistaken, he was in a 3-man booth, and I think it was the only one CBS had, and it made me curious as to why I wondered if maybe they were worried he wasn't going to be good enough, so let's have a fail-safe in case. But it looks like he might have told them, put me in a three-man booth because I can go play again.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but Greg Olson was in the booth for a little bit, came back out, now he's back in it.
He did, but so did the Monday night guy, who was part of the Monday night crew with Joe Tess and Booger there when they had the
sideline card,
the sideline moon rover thing. He was the analyst. Witten, he came back and played a year after that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, and Phillip Rivers, even while he was coaching football down in South Alabama,
stayed in shape.
He basically, and he announced it. He's like, hey, if a team needs a quarterback, I'm in shape still.
That's why I was saying.
You're right. They hate to retire.
I mean, look,
this is 100%.
Yep.
Teddy Bridgewater just re-signed a deal. He'll probably make $7 or $8 million. I didn't see
with
what
the Lions,
terms were.
He's with the Lions to back up Jared Goff.
He's always had a job, Teddy Bridgewater has. I mean, now he was an NFL starter until the horrible injury.
Yeah, you just wonder how good he would have been.
I know.
Speaking of starts, Bryce Young expected to start, and no details on how long he'll play, but expected to start the Panthers' first exhibition game. I believe it's Saturday night against the Jets. So you'll get a little of that on Hard Knocks Episode 2 coming up next week. Episode 1 tonight as we get back to a little NFL football. After LT tells us about Slice, another reason to demonstrate that the running back market is insane in the NFL right now, with a couple of folks who are about to get cut from their NFL roster.
So Slice, great place to go get a slice and a salad, or 2 slices and a salad. They've got great lunch specials each and every day. 4 locations for you: the original in Lakeview. There's one in Montevallo, one in Vestavia, now Crestline Park. It's local pizza, local ingredients, the best pizza out there. It starts with the crust, the incredible specialty pizzas from the Soul Pie, the Hot Mama, Wing and a Prayer. You can check out more information, get into one of those 4 locations, or online, slicebirmingham.com.
Remember when we coached the Alabama spring game?
I do.
What was
2017.
What did Cochran scream?
Job Steelers.
About the special teams.
Give it to me.
Special teams. It's right before everybody goes out of the locker room. We're going to have kickoff or kickoff return, and Cochran's in the middle of the locker room, and he's trying to get the special teams people around, and he goes, "Where are my job Steelers?"
Job Steelers.
And everybody gathers around him, and he holds the paper up, and he's like, "We gonna do this and this and this," and it kills my voice every time you get me to do
this. Running back has never taken one snap on special teams.
TJ Yeldon.
And he's on his way, according to Bleacher Report, as a likely cut this preseason. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
That quick?
24-year-old Clyde Edwards-Helaire is expected to be cut from the Chiefs, according to Bleacher Report. Why? Because of Pacheco, McKinnon, who are expected to get most of the carries like they did last year, and a guy named Deneric Prince, who's expected to be their 3rd running back, and he returns kicks and covers kicks as well. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who doesn't do any special teams ever, is about to get his job stolen by a job stealer.
Job stealer. That is crazy, man, that he's out of the league that quick.
Well, he's actually 24. First-round pick in 2020.
I know.
Yeah, I just said 24-year-old Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is quick out of the league for a first-round pick.
Yeah. Now, somebody may pick him up, just cut from the Chiefs. And,
he'll be on waivers and see if he clears. Yeah.
Another one that is surprising, because we talked about him just last week, expected to lose his job, according to Bleacher Report, Cordero Patterson of the Atlanta Falcons.
Are you serious?
Yeah, well, look, Cordero really good a couple of years ago, but Cordero is a guy, remember, started as a receiver, return guy, ended up, the Falcons decided to use him in the backfield, and very effective, but Cordero's had a nice career. He's been around, I would say 10-plus years.
Yeah, I think he's in the 12th year of the league. I'm not sure on that, but remember, Tyler Algier is a 1,000-yard rusher, and they just drafted who? Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
And Bijan Robinson, according to all the workouts, is doing a really better than expected job of what? Catching the ball out of the backfield. So who do you not need anymore?
You don't need a running back that wears number 84.
Yeah. Or he goes back to just playing wide receivers. But then there's the problem. What do they have at wide receiver? They've got Kyle Pitts at tight end. They got Drake London and a couple other guys. So he may not get on the field there.
You got to play special teams.
And they would save $4.3 million in cap space if they cut him. So Cordell Patterson. A couple other names that it could get cut. One of them, Lyle Collins. of the Bengals. La'el Collins, a big pickup last year, but apparently he sucked. 8 penalties and 5 sacks that he allowed.
Yeah, he was
he may be cut.
The guy out of LSU. I think he went in the supplemental draft to the Dallas Cowboys.
There were issues with him, and Dallas rolled the dice.
Yeah, it was a weird situation.
I can't remember the issues.
Something with his baby's mom and kidnapped, killed, something crazy.
Yeah.
But he wasn't involved. It looked like he was on the surface, but he wasn't. But he was really good for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and the Bengals were excited to get him last year. And then one other thing, Corey Davis, according to Bleacher Report, Jets wide receiver, expected to be cut a little bit because of Aaron Rodgers. They've got Garrett already there. They've got McCole Hardman there in trades, and they picked up Lazard and 33-year-old Randall Cobb. There just may be no room for Corey Davis. He's a pretty good receiver there that somebody else will pick up.
Do we have a DeMar Hamlin update? Because, he was on the chopping block.
I think he is very much on the chopping block. They were not mentioned.
No, I know.
He was
not
mentioned in that story by Bleacher Report. Just those were.
And by the way, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. I've been busy in my personal life. Dalvin Cook still unemployed?
Yep, has not signed yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Same with Zeke, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Zeke Elliott was seen having dinner with Mac Jones.
At the Bright Star?
No, could have been. That was former Alabama quarterback. With Mac Jones, which led a lot of people to think it was imminent that he goes to New England, but still, those backs are out there, high-dollar backs with no job.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt, as Josh is pointing out, visiting the Saints yesterday, who need one more. Fournette still unsigned, according to Daniel. So a lot of running backs out there. It's a buyer's market when it comes to running backs there. And one other NFL note from Adam Schefter, who obviously doesn't cover college football.
Oh, I saw this.
Adam Schefter made a big deal about my Tampa Bay Buccaneers depth chart that was released yesterday because it had the word "or" on it at the quarterback position, Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask. And he's like, I've never seen a depth chart with "or" on it before. And every college football writer started tweeting him, you should come to college football.
There's almost not one without it on there.
Ors are everywhere on the depth chart.
I'm still surprised John Wolford is not your starting quarterback.
I guess I didn't read all the ors. Maybe he's in the mix at or.
I don't think he is. He is your number 3.
Okay, Clay Travis coming up next on the other side as we talk to Clay. And then later on, is this the best the NFL has ever been at the quarterback position? Worth discussing.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later on. Top to bottom, 32 strong. Show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap LT. Tell us about C-Stew, man.
Yeah, hey, look, it's a dirty, dangerous job. The last thing you want to do after working is get on the roof, get that dangerous ladder out, and clean the gutters out. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum panel system. It will fit over the existing gutter. It will keep all debris out. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart for an absolutely free estimate today. 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
On Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Look around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2, Clay Travis here in just a second. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy always. We love the fine folks at Bud Light. And they bring us the Wicked Weed, which is behind us here. The folks at Adams Beverages and the Stella on our keg. We look forward to maybe popping one of those before we hit a plane later today.
I was excited. I took Chili to her first dog park on Sunday to Good Dog, and they had Wicked Weed in the can. I had never seen Wicked Weed pernicious in a can. It's purple.
Yeah, I went to the tap room they have one in Cherokee, North Carolina on my golfing trip. So they had I had the whole family to choose from up there.
And how
really
fresh
good.
was that Wicked Weed?
It was the best. It was the best. All right, Clay Travis this hour, Connor O'Gara in 1 hour to talk more college football, Brownie.
Indeed, he will, Jim.
Yeah, part of the show today also being brought to you by our friends at Shannara Flooring. Why don't you tell us about Shannara Flooring?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
They used to be Homewood Carpet and Flooring. They are now Shannara Flooring. Homewood Carpet and Flooring, Shannara Flooring. The name has changed, but they still offer the same superior customer service and the best floors in Birmingham. It is still Foo and you at Shannara Flooring. The best tile, the best hardwoods, the best carpet, the best LVP, the best LVT countertops, specialty flooring in Birmingham, all residential, all commercial. They do every bit of it. ShannaraFlooring.com. That is ShannaraFlooring.com. 205-518-6423. 205-518-6423. It is ShannaraFlooring.com. Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. He is also on Fox Sports with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I was unaware of this. You've got a new book out. I was aware you have a new book out. It is called America's Playbook. You're on a book signing tour right now. On your first book, you had a signing here in Birmingham, and nobody showed up. Is that right?
Yeah, Fultondale at the Books A Million.
Yeah.
There, you're driving south from Nashville on the left side of the interstate.
I remember
Yeah,
you came in studio with me and Ian first, and you brought your mom.
Yeah. Well, we had two. To be fair, I think we had two signings in Birmingham. One was it felt like a kind of a really fancy bookstore, and that one went well. And I don't know where that would have been. You guys may.
Yeah, I remember it was at Brookwood Village at the
other Books A Million.
Barnes and Noble.
It was Barnes and Noble or Books A Million, but yeah, it was there in the heyday of Brookwood Village.
Yeah, that was a good spot for you there.
Yeah, that was a fancy bookstore. We had a good crowd. I don't know when that would have been. Probably September or something like that. You're right. My mom's on the road because my aunt lives in Birmingham, and she was excited to come down. And then we did another one in December at the Books A Million in Fultondale, and that one did not go well. In fact, nobody showed up. So
that's got to be the most awkward thing. Like you're sitting there with a Sharpie in your hand and stacks of books, and there's not a soul that comes by.
It's the most humiliating experience that you can possibly have, I think, in the world of entertainment, because it's not like you're only there for a short period of time. It's like a 2-hour book signing window. And this was 2007, so it wasn't like you had super, like I couldn't even look down at my phone, right? Like smartphones were not really a thing. And so you're just sitting there. You have a lot of time to question your life's path when no one shows up to one of your book signings.
Yeah, but you're one of those guys, a lot of people like you or, hate you. It doesn't matter. That would be demoralizing for a lot of people in that industry. And you're one of those guys, I don't think you really.
Well, I think Clay recovered.
I know you recovered, but I don't think you really cared that much, did you? I mean, it was like, hey, look, this is what it is, and we'll make it past it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you have to. So most people, I really believe this, fear failure more than they crave success. And I crave success way more than I fear failure. And so I'm willing to get knocked knocked down and get back up, I think, in a way that most people aren't. And so, yeah, I think a lot of people who did that event and had nobody show up would, question their life's trajectory, find a new job, not find themselves in that position again. And here I am 16 years later, about to embark on book signings all over the place, and hopefully people will show up.
Let's hope. Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I saw this story first on your site on Outkick, and I know you're tight with Mike Vrabel. He's a fan of the site, and you've had some dealings with him. I've never seen this in my life, but I find it incredibly cool. The Titans played the Bears at Soldier Field in the first preseason game, and Saturday night. And Mike Vrabel has chosen not to coach the game. Instead, he is letting Terrell Williams coach the game because he thinks the defensive line coach has a great future as a head coach, but he's never had that opportunity. So he wants to showcase him as a head coach. This is a pretty incredible, ego-less move by Mike Vrabel, and I wonder if it will lead to a trend in this league.
Yeah, I saw this story, and I think it makes total sense because the NFL preseason in general is fairly worthless in terms of what you can gain. And so I think it's a great idea to potentially let people who have not typically coached be able to do it. And, I can see an argument for, as the preseason progresses, the importance of the starters getting reps and for coaches and communication and coordinators and everything else. I mean, it's basically a dress rehearsal, right? But I don't know, for instance, for the first preseason game, why this shouldn't become a trend across the entire NFL.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I think it will become a trend. I really do. I think these coaches will use it to highlight their assistants. Yeah.
It's a great idea, and I don't know who came up with it, but I think it makes a ton of sense. And it's an opportunity in the same way, right? The same way that preseason basically exists for guys who are not necessarily starters to prove that they deserve an opportunity to be starters. Why not allow coaches to do the same? I think it's a really cool idea. I think it's a good concept from Mike Vrabel.
So, Clay, the United States women's national team, I didn't watch a minute of it, but obviously they have a complete implosion. They go out the earliest in the history of, I guess, their existence. Megan Rapinoe misses the penalty kick. Rapinoe, whatever her name is, green hair. She laughs about it after the fact. I know you're a soccer fan. Where were you on this? Were you surprised they got ousted this early?
Well, they played like complete dog crap, and that's the biggest takeaway to me. They played the final 3 games, and they scored 1 goal in those final 3 games. I mean, that's atrocious, whether it's men or women's soccer. And they have way more talent than they showed on the field, which anybody who has ever been involved in sports, that is the ultimate failure. It's one thing when you don't have very much talent, you don't play very well. It's another thing when your individual talent doesn't come together and as a result, plays very poorly. And that's what happened with the U.S. women's soccer team. They were the favorite to win the Women's World Cup, and they were fortunate. They almost lost and didn't even make it out of the pool play. And then they end up losing because Megan Rapinoe, who considers herself to be God's gift to soccer, shanks a penalty kick wide right, and then her team ends up losing. So I found this to be a pretty incredible failure. And I think that there should be, if we want to hold this team accountable, a lot of criticism for their failure in the same way that we would go after a men's team that was incredibly cocky and unable to win a championship. We should go after, I think, this U.S. women's soccer team because they were the favorite and they were not able to live up to the expectations. In fact, not even come close to them.
Yeah, sort of like we do the New York Mets. And they're $353
the
million.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
The Mets have been absolutely obliterated. I'm in New York City right now. Every time I go walk by a newsstand, the New York Post and the New York Daily News, who don't agree on almost anything, are lampooning the Mets over their failures this season.
Clay also in the news. It appears that at least there is some flirtation with the ACC and the remaining Pac-12 teams. I don't know what to make of this. Stanford, Cal, Washington State, Oregon State, obviously. I've had someone, and you know how this game works, I've had someone in the industry say this is actually an attempt by the ACC just to get ESPN to reopen the TV contract. So in other words, if they add these 4 teams, there is a really good chance ESPN has to renegotiate with them, which could relieve them of some of this arduous contract that they're under that goes 13 more years with ESPN. If so, it seems like a dumb move, but could that actually be a smart move if that's the net result of it?
I don't know why the ACC would want Oregon State and Washington State, but the academics, I would think, of Stanford and Cal would potentially be attractive. You can see, for instance, Duke, Stanford, Wake Forest. There's a mirror effect there that would make some sense when I think about the addition of Stanford and Cal. I actually think the most likely outcome is that the Mountain West expands, takes the final 4 remaining Pac-12 teams, and becomes, am I right about this? It would be a 16-team Mountain West then.
I think that's right, yeah.
And makes its claim to the title of 5th most important major conference in America. I think that's probably the most likely, but the ACC is in a little bit of dire straits, I would say, over that television contract that they did with the with ESPN. And I think, bigger picture, this is a reflection of the days of milk and honey, where you had something to sell and you went out and there were tons of bidders and everybody got to double and triple and quadruple the money that they made before. I think those days are over, because the streamers are now all focused on trying to make money, which means they're limiting how much they can spend. And the ESPNs of the world are hemorrhaging cash as everybody cuts their cable subscriptions like crazy. So I think what you've seen is a rush to quality. So the SEC and the Big Ten are quality. They are the AAA-rated bonds. They are the most prominent of the value, and everybody else is kind of left fighting for scraps. So I don't know what the ACC's television contract with ESPN says, but what I would say in general is we've really kind of created an interesting dynamic, and I don't know that it's been discussed or talked about that much. Fox basically owns the Midwest, and they own a little bit of the East Coast with the Big Ten, and now they own every major brand on the West Coast. They have a substantial stake in the Big 12 in the Mountain West, and essentially ESPN, that's through the Big Ten in the Mountain West, and in the Big 12. And essentially ESPN has the SEC and the ACC. And so the ESPN's control of the college football landscape in general is severely curtailed. I don't know that most people have even spent much time thinking about it, but basically you will never see USC, UCLA, Oregon, or Washington, or any of the Big Ten schools ever on ABC or ESPN. And that kind of builds into, we have a 50-50 college football landscape. Fox has half, and ESPN has half. And I know CBS and NBC have little portions, but by and large, that's larger Fox rights of the Big Ten and whatnot. Notre Dame factors in there. But really, this is a two-team corporate behemoth with ESPN and Fox basically owning all of college football now.
Clay, for 15-plus years, I've said if DirecTV loses the contract with the NFL with Sunday Ticket, I'm out. They did. I'm still in with DirecTV. I'm trying to figure this thing out. Where are you on your current television situation? I mean, are you already signed up for YouTube, Sunday Ticket? Are you with DirecTV?
I have Comcast, and I just don't want to give it up because I'm still like an old man. I want to sit down and just be able to get one remote and find any sporting event that's happening on the planet easily. But obviously that's becoming more difficult, whether it's Thursday Night Football with Amazon, whether it's the number of events that are now on ESPN+. But in the Travis household, we basically pay for everything. Like, I am peak media consumer, right? I'll run through the things that I know we subscribe to. Comcast. Then we subscribe to Disney Plus, which rolls in ESPN Plus and Hulu and all that stuff. We've got Amazon. We've got Netflix. We've got Paramount, Peacock. We used to have the WWE Network. I mean, I might be the most subscribed streaming household in America right now. So we basically pay. If you can pay for it on streaming, we basically pay for it in the Travis household.
Yeah, my favorite thing is when I hit one of these streaming sites and I'm like, oh, I pay for that. All right, I'd forgotten we signed up for that one.
I have to get. I really do feel like an old man now because I have to get my kids sometimes to figure out how to be able to watch something. Like, I've been watching The Quarterback lately, or Quarterback, whatever it's called, with the family, and I got to get them to put it on. I love Righteous Gemstones, which I just recently caught up with because Laura, my wife, said I would love it. It's incredibly funny, but I can't. I just want to be able to sit down with one remote and put on whatever program I want to watch. And the amount of time I spend trying to, move from one streaming service to another and jump around is really kind of off the charts.
All right, he is Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, also Fox Sports, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Clay, thank you very much for the time. Have a great week.
All right, appreciate it. Appreciate you all.
All right, buddy. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A little piece of news from Auburn practice. Jarquez Hunter is on the field practicing.
Back at practice.
Interesting.
That's big.
Yeah.
More on that after I tell you. Our friends at Legacy brings you everything you need in everyday checking, also lifestyle loans, and a lot more. Get details on everything Legacy can bring you at LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. One of the great things about the everyday checking with our friends at Legacy, you get paid 2 days early with your direct deposit. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Everyday checking available for you there with a lot of other perks from their digital banking app. The official credit union of UAB is Legacy, proud supporters of also the healthcare and education industries in the Birmingham metropolitan area for over 60 years. And that wonderful lifestyle loan, no collateral required, affordable low rates, and a lot more. Maybe you have some unexpected medical expenses or want to take that dream vacation. You can do that with a lifestyle loan with our friends at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. You read into that, Brownie, what with Jarquez being back?
Well, he was on roster but not practicing, which indicated that and couple that with the way Hugh Freeze has answered every question asked of him about Jarquez Hunter, which is very uncertain and almost out of our hands, or, it's a private matter, or things like that, to now him back at practice. I mean, I think it's only reasonable to look at that as a positive development in his return to the field. I mean, that's the only reasonable way you can look at that.
Media availability was before practice today, so I don't know if we'll actually have any reaction after practice today of him being back out there. Morning practice started at 9, so they've been out for about an hour.
This is huge to me. I think if he is out there, I think it shows promise that they believe that he is going to be eligible at some point.
I don't think he had been out there if he wasn't cleared by the university.
Yeah, and even if he was to be suspended internally or whatever, UMass is your opener. You go to Cal, which I guess could be tricky. Really don't know. I fully expect Auburn to win that game. Then you've got Sanford. I mean, as long as, suspending the first 3 games, if that happens, and you're ready for A&M week 4.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. Hugh Freeze in his next availability will obviously be asked about it now. I'll be curious in how he addresses it. To this point, he's talked about it being an internal matter, but now there has been something that has changed in it, and that Hunter is now on the field. I don't know how Hugh Freeze will answer this, and if
he's very upfront about everything, it seems
normally,
like.
but this,
Well, I mean, it's been out of his hands, so now maybe he's cleared from the university. And then it becomes a suspension that maybe is dictated by the university, maybe it's dictated by the football coach at that point.
Yeah.
It becomes in his hands at that point.
Yeah, but he's consistently. I was looking for the quote right here. Justin Hokanson on 3, Auburn Live was the first one I saw tweeted. And I was just reading his story. The quote, the last time he was asked about it, the quote was, "I'll say this again. I understand the question, but matters related to team rules and procedures are handled internally and will not be discussed publicly." So again, I mean, if Hugh Freeze takes that line, that stance, as Scott very quickly showing you photos of Jarquez Hunter at practice today.
Running with the 3s, though, right? Isn't Ashford running with the 3s?
That's true. If he's taking the handoff from Ashford, he might be with the 3s. But, I mean, if that's Freeze's stance, he may stick with that stance. He may say, listen, I've told you already. Team rules and procedures, everything's handled internally. I'm not going to discuss this publicly, and we may have to wait until week 1, week 2, week 3 to see if Hunter's on the field. Or Hugh Freeze may come out and say, yeah, he's back. You know, I'm not going to discuss what happened to him, but he's back. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see the way Hugh Freeze handles this.
Is that developing news with Jarquez back at practice? That picture there from earlier at practice. Auburn's out there today. A lot more coming up on the next round on the other side. Here later, Connor O'Gara joins us at the top of the hour to talk college football. And don't forget, we're live tomorrow in Ocean City, Maryland. Marina side on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Should be a lot of fun as we hit the road with TNR. If you're in the area, come out and say hi to us. This is the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the next round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
It's time for the ultimate football season kickoff party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org. There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The ACC presidents met this morning for exploratory calls on California and Stanford. No vote was taken. The league is still evaluating the potential decision. That from Pete Thamel on Stanford and California. Is that from the Pac-12? No discussion on Oregon State and Washington State. Brownie.
It seems obviously dumb that they would make this move. I mean, the ACC doesn't seem like they gain anything from adding those West Coast teams. The West Coast teams would seem desperate to take that invitation from the ACC. Again, I had somebody within college athletics say they feel like that the ACC's play here is that these ACC schools want to push this in an effort to get ESPN to reopen their TV negotiations. So, as we talked about the other day, every single ACC school has granted their media rights to ESPN for another 13 years, 13 more years on that deal. So that pretty much locks you into that conference if you're Florida State and want to leave or Clemson want to leave. So this could be a play by these school presidents to force ESPN to renegotiate to reduce that.
You financially get nothing out of Cal
You
and
don't,
Stanford.
but if you can renegotiate that TV deal and eliminate that grant of rights or reduce that grant of rights, now all of a sudden you've got a little more power to go somewhere else if you decide to.
Yeah. The position I didn't think we still had anymore. Does anybody know who Charlie Baker is?
Familiar.
I do. I absolutely know who that is.
Who is it?
It is the president of the NCAA.
He is the president of the NCAA.
I mean, I think it's a useless job, and I don't know what he does on the day-to-day, but
that is.
But he gets paid a bundle.
That is the guy who finally is talking. Where's he been? I mean, how come we haven't heard that name in forever? Because he's got no power, obviously.
On vacation.
Yeah.
Charlie Baker commenting on realignment yesterday, and I was like,
who cares?
Who's Charlie Baker?
Yeah.
And then I was like, I mean, I could have opened that story, and it could have been Senator from Rhode Island, Charlie Baker.
What Charlie Baker have to say on realignment? Is he for or again?
The growing gap between well-resourced Division I schools and the rest of the division is rightly disruptive and a concern. He's concerned.
A lot of words there from Charlie. I don't know what.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Tyler in for Rockstar today. He's got our viewing menu tonight. Anime usually part of that. Tell us about New Life Art.
Artist Daniel Moore has announced that Masterwork in Oils legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. You can order right now. Go to DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
All right, we got a Netflix release, The Untold Johnny Football Story. In 2012, Johnny Manziel's a star at quarterback at Texas A&M. The money rolls in, the scrutiny grows, and the scandals pile up. Losing his way, Manziel fumbles his shot at NFL success, but goes on to find inner peace and happiness.
Oh, good. See, now that's the part when we discussed it earlier. We didn't mention the inner peace and happiness.
Yeah.
So he's found inner
Well,
peace
I mean,
and
I
happiness.
figured
That's
that
good.
was the direction it was going based on what Dunaway said it was about.
Yeah. Well, good. I am actually very interested in this. I have talked to some people that have seen some previews released to members of the media by Netflix to promote it, and they say it is very well done.
And then on Max, you've got the Hard Knocks with the New York Jets, where they put camera crews at the Jets training camp. And then finally, on Starz Encore tonight at 7, you've got A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, the Mr. Rogers biopic starring Tom Hanks.
Never saw it.
I saw it. I liked it.
Yeah,
I really
surprisingly
enjoyed
Did you
it.
like
good.
it?
I really enjoyed it.
I thought it was a good
Surprisingly
movie.
good. I liked it too. That's what Tyler is watching. No anime for us today?
No, I'll let you know when we've got some new seasons coming out.
Yeah. Update us on that.
Is there a writer's strike in the anime world too?
No, they are overworked, actually.
Will you get, I mean, you're still
Anime
young,
sweatshops.
young in the game. Dunaway's already, contemplating his second tattoo. You get another anime tattoo?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. If there's one that means enough to me to get it tattooed on me, then I will.
Are you having a Summer of George? Is that a George Costanza T-shirt?
Oh, yeah. This is a Seinfeld George Costanza Summer of George T-shirt.
I didn't know you were a big Seinfeld guy. I knew Rockstar was.
Oh, I love Seinfeld.
Do
It's
you?
my favorite sitcom, other than Always Sunny. But
yeah,
I love Seinfeld.
So where are you on Curb?
I haven't seen Curb yet. I've been meaning to watch it. I don't have HBO though.
Yeah. Wow.
That
is a problem.
Not everything is bad in college athletics. Tyler, if you'll give me cut number 4. From earlier last week and into the weekend, then on Monday, we had this, and I never had an opportunity to get to it. But Eastern Michigan's Zach Conti was selling his plasma to help pay the bills as he was having to pay his way through school. And Eastern Michigan didn't have enough scholarships to give him a scholarship. They had their 85 full. They didn't have another one for him, so he was continuing to come back to school, selling his plasma and doing anything he could to stay in school at Eastern Michigan. And that's where his teammate Brian Dooley steps up. Here's the head coach at Eastern Michigan with a pretty cool moment if you missed it over the weekend.
Zach Conti has had to pay his way to school for 4 years. And in the fall, the guy was selling his plasma to be able to pay the bills. We're at 85 scholarships. We have 85 given out. And no matter how many times or how many years I go to the NCAA and say, yeah, but man, I'm just telling you, we need 86. We need 86. Can there any way, that we can have an exception for this deal? The answer is no. You have 85. Until Brian Dooley comes into my office and he said, Coach, that guy has earned it. And I've talked this over with my family and the whole bit. And if there's a way to make this happen, I am willing to give up my scholarship and to give it to Zach Hunt. I've never heard, I've never seen anything like that ever before. Where are you, Dooley?
Hey. Yeah, see?
Pretty cool moment there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's supposed to be a get chill moment, but I got chills.
Yeah.
And I just looked up. I was wondering because I've heard of people donating plasma before. Have you ever donated plasma?
I haven't. Maggie did for a while for some, I think it may be during Lent or something. That was a way of giving back.
Oh, but it wasn't to
No, not for finances.
Not to make ends meet, yeah.
Well, I mean, this seems like it'd be a difficult. It says the amount you will make selling plasma varies depending on the number of factors, but plasma donation centers generally offer between $30 and $60 per donation.
I was going to guess 50.
Yeah. Well, that's a long way to go to have to make ends meet. And God, you hate it that anybody's got to do that.
And it's a long process, too. I mean,
I'm
it's
sure,
It's
yeah.
not like donating blood where you're sort of in and out. I think you have to sit there for an hour while they do it.
But it is the definition of selflessness meeting selflessness. You've got one guy that is selfless. He's like, hey, I'm just trying to do it, so I'll give so that I can receive, right? And then you got another guy that's got something, and he's like, but I've seen this other guy, so I'm going to be selfless too. I mean, it's both guys are so selfless.
Right,
in
and
this
there's not
situation.
a lot of selfless out there.
Not at all.
And it's one of those things that's easy for me to say because, first of all, I'm never going to have a kid that's going to be on scholarship, and I don't have the funds to do it. But if I had a kid on scholarship and I had plenty of money, I would hope, I wish this was done more. Like if you've got the means, like Johnny Manziel's parents, by all account, you guys remember had a ton of money.
He owned an auto dealership.
Didn't need the scholarship.
Yeah, so why not give it to one of these guys that really needs it?
Yeah, I mean,
but it's easy, for me to say that.
You would like
the easiest thing in life is to spend somebody else's
You're right.
money.
You're right.
Now, I mean, I was about to say you would like to think that a booster could then look at this and say this kid deserves a scholarship too. To be that selfless deserves a scholarship, which I guess this day and age that booster could just give him an NIL deal and it would work. But there was a time in the NCAA where they wouldn't let that happen. Like the coach said, it's 85 scholarships and 85 scholarships only. And this kid would make a selfless act and couldn't get anything out of it. I hope someone around Eastern Michigan says we need to do something for the other kid, the kid that gave up the scholarship, even if it's just a little bit. Let's put him on an NIL deal. Because that's the type of people that in athletics should be promoted. We often promote the worst. This is the best of athletics. Let's promote it, man. I hope the boosters around Eastern Michigan have some sort of NIL deal for this guy.
Jeff
if he needs
says over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, first two are $125 each. Then it drops down a good bit to like $60.
Well, some people are saying you make $1,000 a month doing it.
Do you have to pay taxes on plasma?
Probably so.
You have to let it roll. Your playlists have to build back up or something. If I can remember when Maggie was running through it, and
yeah, because people would do it every day if they could.
Yeah, and I think it's used in, and I may be wrong about this, but in cancer treatments that it's a big need for it. Obviously blood donation's always a big need, but platelet donations there's always a huge need for it, which is why they pay people to do it, and a lot more evasive.
Tyler's acting like he's done it. Have you done this, Tyler?
No, I haven't. I just know they use the plasma to make medicine for people with different blood disorders, and I believe it's used for leukemia as well.
I mean, no, it's a great. I'm just saying, I'm glad people do it. I'm just saying it is terrible that somebody has to do it to make ends meet. I mean, that is a.
Really, and look at the side effects according to Jeremy.
What's that?
Dehydration and exhaustion. That's not good for a college football player.
No, it's not. I mean, this guy was literally. I mean, it seems like might have been rolling the dice even to do this. That was a cool story. Dunaway, that was one of those things that I saw on Twitter, and I saw the tweet, and I was like, I'm going to go back and watch that. I never went back and watched it, so I'm glad you brought it. I'm glad you brought it to the table.
You was Forrester who ended up doing
glad.
that.
Scott, thank you,
Forrester. Man,
Good
we
job,
appreciate that so much. The show rolls on here, being brought to you in part today by our friends at Wayne's. And I'll tell you all the time, we've been so happy and so blessed with so many great people who helped us launch this way back in the beginning. And one of those people, one of those companies was our friends at Wayne's. And we're now celebrating 50 years of Wayne's. We haven't been with them 50 years, but boy, it feels like it sometimes. We've been part of their family. And they want to give back to you guys for the rest of this 50th year of business by saving you money. $50 on any of their platforms. Stack them and save $150. What are their platforms? Well, it all started with pest control. They added the termite protection. Now they're into lawn care and mosquito services, so you can get out and enjoy your lush green backyard. You can save $50, $100, $150 or more by using our promo code TNR. TNR stands for the next round. TNR is the promo code when you go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. This is for new or existing customers, so anybody can do it when you sign up with Wayne's. Promo code TNR, pest control, termite protection, lawn care, mosquito services. TNR promo code, callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. So that you can save. Philip Montgomery, he's got Jarquez Hunter back at practice today at Auburn. Tyler, if you can give me cut number 9. He was asked about the quarterback competition. We've heard it shuffling out, how quick they're in the process, who's leading, how they're getting ready for the season. Philip Montgomery is the offensive coordinator at Auburn. Here's what he has said about trimming down the reps in practice for the Auburn quarterback comp.
Philip Hugh has said it would be about 5 days of kind of equal reps at QB and then trim things down from there. Kind of what is your perspective on what y'all are going to do to maybe go back and take a look at things and then trim it down? And what are you looking for from them in the scrimmage on Saturday?
Well, I just want to see somebody take control and really, take a step forward, right? Separate themselves. And that's what you're looking for in your quarterback position, a guy that's going to lead, a guy that's going to make plays. He doesn't have to be Superman. But he does have to be consistent in his play and his decision-making and taking care of the football and then moving us down the field and staying ahead of chains. When we do that, then we're always going to be effective. And so the quarterback that does those things at a more consistent pace will be the guy that's going to win the job. And so, like I said, right now it's too early to call it. I think they're all competing. I think they're all doing a great job of that. But we still got a little bit of time, thank goodness, and then we got to figure it out from there.
Is it Peyton Thorne? I mean, we know
I
it's
don't
Peyton
know.
Thorne.
I don't know. I've heard something from both camps, by the way, as far as quarterback goes. But what I've heard from Auburn is they do like the way Holden Geriner delivers the football. That this is not just
former 4-star recruit. Now.
Yeah.
I mean, he got sort of shuffled off in the conversation when he wasn't out there early on and all the quarterback issues they had last year. But this kid was a 4-star quarterback commitment, so he obviously had skills.
Now, Nathan King of 24/7 Sports is showing photos. We joked about the fact that Hunter was taking a handoff from Robbie Ashford, so he must be running thirds. Nathan King says the photo that you're seeing all around of Hunter at practice was with the ones, and Ashford was running with the ones. Now, look, you're going to do that in camp, right?
Right. I mean, everybody's going to, because you want to build rapport with it, and you want to see how guys react with other guys.
Well, it's not fair if you're evaluating my talent if I'm throwing to threes, the receivers.
But I bring that up to say, it's not as if Ashford is locked into the threes right now. He might have been the number 3 quarterback, and you heard Zach Blackerby yesterday say that's kind of the intel that they've gotten, is that early on it looks like it is Peyton Thorne 1, maybe Gerner 1B, and Ashford 3.
Yeah, I'm going to be very surprised. I'm not going to be surprised if any of the 3 started Alabama. I'm going to be very surprised if Peyton Thorne isn't at least your initial starter.
Yeah, the big takeaway from Auburn camp practice at 9 this morning is Jarquez Hunter is back on the practice field. Doesn't mean he won't be suspended for action or something, but it's apparently cleared by the university to be back out there practicing. More college football when we come back. How about a haircut and Waffle House? I mean, you worry all this time about off-season workouts and game planning, and you worry about all this stuff in recruiting. Sometimes success comes down to haircuts and Waffle House. That's coming up on the show. That's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Stay with us. More college football next.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South at the top of the hour. Later on, we'll get to our 4 downs, trash as well. A little college football news coming up in this hour as well as we get ready to kick off the season in 18 days. The show being brought to you by our friends at Hydra Live. We should have them in studio when we get back from Ocean City.
We will. You know, the plan was today. It just didn't work out. I wanted to get the little pregame, get very hydrated before we headed to Ocean City, but we will get rehydrated once we get back because they will be in studio next week. It's IV therapy, it's B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. They're open 7 days a week. The new location in Greystone right there at the corner of 119 and Douglas Baker Boulevard. Also Homewood. They're both open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you can't get out there, guess what? A nurse can actually come to you. You can follow them on Facebook and Instagram.
So not just for us. They come to your business, your house.
I remember they came out to my house right after Christmas 2 years ago. Don't know, you have one of those rough nights. You don't want to get up. They'll come out to you. HydraLiveTherapy.com. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydra Live Therapy. Mention Next Round. Very important here. Mention Next Round at checkout. You can save 20% off any service and ask about those membership benefits.
As always, phone calls 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Or you can always just jump in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room to get on the show faster, Brownie.
All right, Scott from Millbrook is up next. Talking a little Auburn football. What is up, Scott? How are you?
Oh, doing pretty good. How about y'all?
Doing awesome. Thank you, friend.
Good deal. Just a few quick questions. Who do y'all think is actually going to be the starting quarterback? And I want to take from, each one of y'all. And also, I hadn't had a chance to listen every day, but LT, I hadn't heard anything about the roommate lately. Is the roommate still there? What's going on with that situation? I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, thank you, Scott. Appreciate the phone call there. All right,
Take care.
I think it's going to be Peyton Thorne. I'm still going to go Peyton Thorne.
I'm going to go Peyton Thorne.
Peyton Thorne. Dunaway, you Peyton Thorne still?
I'm a Peyton Thorne guy, but I'm a big Holden Gerner fan ever since the Auburn basketball game I was at. I believe it was Auburn, Oklahoma, when I sat courtside, and they introduced the old boy from Texas A&M, and Holden Gerner came out, and I came back and I said, guys, I don't think the old boy from Texas A&M wants to be there.
You called it on Calzada.
And that Holden Gerner kid looks like he's in control of the situation. So I'm not saying I'm really great at recognizing talent, but in street clothes at a basketball game timeout at Auburn Arena, I called Holden Gerner better than the old boy from Texas A&M who transferred in and never got on the field.
I get a gut that
maybe I should be a coach.
Hugh Freeze doesn't have his guy yet that he really wants. But if I'm an Auburn fan, I'm so excited because you think about how bad the quarterback position at times has been at Auburn. Last year was a complete disaster. Go back to, who was Sean White competing with?
Oh, my gosh, Lance. Back in the day, Sean White.
I mean, these are guys that couldn't start anywhere that were starting quarterbacks. And now you get a guy like Hugh Freeze who will build this roster, and he will get really good quarterback play in.
Yeah, I think Holden Gerner, I think they like his arm. I think they like Peyton Thorne's experience. I think if Holden Gerner had Peyton Thorne's experience, he'd easily be the starter. Thorne's experience, though, that's a 2-year experience guy that it's tough to replace that. Ashford has experience, but he doesn't have the passing capabilities of Gerner or Thorne. So, I think that's the conundrum you find yourself in.
While we were on the subject of quarterbacks, here in Austin, Texas yesterday is Jatavion Sanders, and he gets asked about Quinn Ewers. I mean, a very talented quarterback room, but apparently Quinn Ewers continues to be a different human being in the quarterback position. Here's Jatavion.
Just really his whole demeanor changed after he cut that mullet. Like he like I don't know what it was about that mullet. Like whatever he did after cutting that mullet, like it's like a whole new person. Like he went from like a kid to an adult, and it shows like his whole the way he carries himself. He even starting to be more of a leader now on his team. Maybe one of the biggest leaders on his team. Really, just the way he playing the game now, how he moving all within football, out of football is just overall he's just a better man. Really.
Okay, now we laugh.
I did.
But I kept waiting for this kid to smile or laugh, but there was no sarcasm in that.
Right.
He is saying when he cut his hair, he became a different human being.
In fact, he doubled down on it. Like he said it once, and then I would imagine the rest of the room reacted like we did. And he was like, no, I'm serious.
Yeah, I was waiting for the sarcasm or a little smirk or a smile. Jatavion was dead ass serious.
Yeah.
That he's been different since he cut his hair.
Yeah.
Look, there are two quarterbacks that I don't believe he can be better than. But if he plays up to potential, Quinn Ewers could end up being the third best quarterback in college football this year.
I think a lot of people around here think different of Quinn Ewers after watching him against Alabama.
Right.
And they were like, oh, dang, he's not just a kid who got NIL money from Ohio State and came back to Texas where he really wanted to go to school. He's actually pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And he was against Alabama. He was dropping dimes, and he got hurt.
Well, I think people have seen that. You know, Sarkisian's seen that a bunch probably in practice. But this kid, you know, if he has taken the next step maturity-wise, I mean, this is going to be big for the entire program. Of course, Texas, I don't think there's going to be anything wrong with the offense. I think the offense is going to pop. It's going to come down to, will you have a championship defense?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. I think offense is not the issue. I mean, they've got good tools there. Xavier Worthy could be the best receiver in college football. Could be. I mean, Malik Neighbors is going to be really good. A lot of good receivers out there.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably that guy. But.
Yeah, there are a lot of good receivers out there. But, I mean, Xavier Worthy's a really, really good receiver, and they've obviously got quarterback that can get it to him.
Yeah, who are quarterbacks you would take 100% over yours right now?
Nationally?
Yeah.
Caleb Williams.
Yep. Drake May.
I would not take Drake May.
You would not? Interesting.
Oh,
wow.
Drake May.
Then we're probably to the end of your list.
I lost a lot of Drake May love the last few games. I mean, I watched the kid play down. I just don't think against quality defenses he's got what it takes. I'm praying the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are not in position to draft Drake May.
Wow.
I think it'll be Jameis Winston all over again. I think he is a walking interception in the NFL.
Bo Nix?
Drake May, by the way, for the record, had one of the lowest touchdowns to interception ratios in college football.
Yes.
Michael Penix?
Do the end of the year for me.
Yeah, he did not play well at the end of the year.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying overall. I mean, Carolina completely had a meltdown. But overall, 67%, 38 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Yeah. But I'll give you his game log at the end.
Oh, it drops off at the end. We looked at it not long ago. Yeah.
There is nobody other than Caleb that I would say 100% I'm sold on is better than Quinn Ewers when Quinn Ewers is at his best. I mean, but the door is open for Carson Beck. The door is open for the kid who's going to roll in at Ohio State. I mean, every time Ohio State runs a quarterback out there, right, he's pretty good.
Yeah, Kyle McCord should be pretty good.
Yeah,
McCord is, maybe he's going to be, just a good quarterback. Maybe he's not going to be a great quarterback, but my goodness, he's throwing to NFL first rounders, and he's got a great running back behind him and behind a great offensive line, so he'll be set up to do something great. So he's a quarterback that I'll look at too.
Help me remember the Oregon game that they lost. Was that C.J. Stroud's second or third start, or had he already started a year?
It was his second start.
Yeah, and you remember how bad at times he looked in that game, and people were starting to sound alarm bells.
Just overthrow after overthrow.
Yeah, and threw some bad picks, and Oregon won that game in the horseshoe. And I remember people then like, we need to tap the brakes on C.J. Stroud. Well, he was fantastic pretty much the rest of his career. My point in saying that is, by the end of the year, Kyle McCord might be better, but it's not going to shock me if early in the season Kyle McCord doesn't look the part.
If Drake May would have gone to Bama, you would say that Alabama was going to win the national championship.
I don't know if I'd have said Alabama's going to win the national championship if anybody had gone there. Bobby brings up Kenny Pickett. I don't think the NFL script is finished on Kenny Pickett yet, Bobby. So if you want to think Kenny Pickett is a proven NFL quarterback, which is when that discussion began, was never about Kenny Pickett in college. It was always Kenny Pickett in the NFL. I mean, I don't think that script is over yet.
First start, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Second start, 5 touchdowns, no pick. No, this is Drake May.
Oh, yeah, he started great.
Notre Dame, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Virginia Tech, 5 touchdowns, no picks.
He's got a trend going right now.
5 touchdowns, no picks. 4 touchdowns, no picks against Wake. And then here's a bad game. Georgia Tech, no touchdowns, 1 pick.
And that was a bad team. I mean, that's inexcusable.
NC State, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, sorry.
In a rivalry game.
And then Clemson, no touchdowns, 2 picks in the championship game. He had 1 rushing touchdown. And then against Oregon, 3 touchdowns, no picks. They lost by points.
Sam Hartman. Would you go Sam Hartman in front of Quinn Ewers?
Not at Notre Dame. And another thing that's hurting Drake is that he's lost his OC.
Phil Longo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's now at Wisconsin.
Josh Downing, too, his best receiver.
Jaden Daniels in front of Quinn Ewers?
Now, I mean, again,
Now you're
Caleb
thinking.
Williams, but I mean, all those guys you start thinking. But Quinn Ewers has a big upside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
I'm not
that's all
arguing
I'm
with
saying. The only for sure, I would go Caleb Williams 1, Drake May 2, and then, I throw Frank Harris into the mix, Sam Hartman.
Yeah.
But
see, I wouldn't go Drake May, Caleb Williams. Yeah, Quinn Ewers could be the second best quarterback in college football this year.
Yeah, Michael
Or he
Penix could be. He
could be 62nd. But one more story I wanted to get to before the top of the
I
hour.
do want to get some kind of stake bet at some time in the next couple of weeks on Drake May.
Okay, one other thing I wanted to get to before the top of the hour, and Connor O'Gara, who joins us at the top of the hour, is you spend all this money in recruiting, right? And when you go visit, right, other than Michigan where we saw the stadium food that one time, usually you eat like kings, you get treated the best. You never know what resonates with recruits, right? Cut 11, Tyler, if you will. Tennessee got a kid from South Florida, John Campbell Jr.
Okay.
John Campbell Jr. Here's the kid. Now I want you to listen to what finally sold him on 10. I mean, just think about the millions of dollars we spend on recruiting.
All right.
And what finally sold him on going to Knoxville and the University of Tennessee.
I was just like, I want to show out like Tennessee. Like, I'm from Florida, like, coming to Tennessee, I thought it was just gonna be flat land here, like nothing, like, cause like even when I was gonna take my OV, I'm like, I don't know, like, do I want to come out here and see it? But I'm like, man, I just went in, I did it, came out here, I'm like, dang, like, it's a city, like, it look cool, you feel me? Like, we ate some food, I'm like, food good, like, they got Waffle House, like, that's a place I like. At the U, it wasn't really no Waffle House, like, it was like 40 minutes away, so. Nah, I really like it here. It's like a lot of food options. Knoxville is a good place to be at. I ain't gonna lie. For football, it's a good place to be at.
So he visited Miami, the U. There was no Waffle House.
Yeah. 40 minutes away.
40 minutes away is the Waffle House. Come to Knoxville, one on every other corner.
Yeah. He likes Waffle House. That's his go-to food. Other food options as well. And Knoxville he thought was flat.
Yeah, that was the other part that jumped out at me. Like, because I've had people say that about Birmingham. Like, the first time they ever visit Birmingham, they're like, in my mind, Birmingham was like farmland. Like, I'm driving through cattle farms, and then all of a sudden I'm in Birmingham, and it's flat.
It's the way Alabama's portrayed
That's right.
on movies.
And I've had people that have come from much further away, and they come to Birmingham. They're like, I had no idea there were this many hills or mountains in Birmingham. Like, I'm blown away by this.
Yeah.
And I've just lived it my whole life. It's what I think of in Birmingham.
Times 2 in Knoxville.
Oh, gosh, yes.
No, Miami's flat.
No, Miami is flat, and no Waffle Houses.
Most Florida is. All right, there you go. That's all the recruiting budgets you spend. You fly around on jets to talk to these kids. You give them good food. And sometimes it's just scattered, covered, and smothered that gets them to sign with you. Ends up working good for him. Connor O'Gara is on the other side. We'll talk to Connor about college football. This is the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles. And our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster always. Sterling and his crew opened for lunch. It happened about 90 seconds ago. They open that door, ring a big bell, and everyone comes running for the great Southern fried chicken. 2 big white breasts and all the sides. I love them. Cooked to order there. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Swing by Champy's Chicken and check them out for your tailgates this year, champyschicken.com.
All right, let's talk with Connor O'Gara, CJ O'Gara on Twitter. Saturday Down South is where you find his work. He is always kind to join us, and I always chuckle when I see him in the preview monitor, and he's wearing Dunaway's favorite T-shirt. He and Dunaway have this weird Devil Rays connection.
We need some wins, man. We need some wins. Need the Orioles to cool off.
Look, I don't consider myself a Devil Rays, a Rays fan. I consider myself an enthusiast of pretty much every 90s logo in existence, and this would qualify as a 90s logo that I approve of. And yeah, it's the semi-local team. So I can't sit here and pretend like I'm in the trenches with you as a Rays fan. But yeah, I mean, got to get some wins. Can't have, the biggest thing about the Rays be what an opposing announcer is saying. That's just not good buzz for our beloved Rays.
Yeah, we know you're a Cubs fan anyway. That was the first name to get canceled, was it not, though, the Devil Rays?
I think the organization made the call to try to maybe get out of the hellacious start they were as an organization.
Let's punt the devil.
What's your favorite, you like 90s logos. What's your favorite Jets logo of all time? Because they're back and forth, and I thought they got it right when they went back to the old Namath and 60s logo, and now they're back almost to the Sack Exchange logo, sort of. Do you have a favorite Jets logo?
No, I don't.
Good question.
As a matter of fact, no.
What about the Giants? You have a favorite Giants logo?
Yes, I do. So funny story about that. I don't buy jerseys anymore. I'm not really I have jerseys in my closet. I've kind of hit that age where I feel like being older than most of the athletes, which look, I'm 33 now. And I'm at that point in life where I realize everybody that comes through is younger than me. So it kind of feels weird. And with college football, you're covering these guys. So it's kind of strange. The one time that I have decided, you know what, I'm just going to go for it in the last 3-4 years, I got a Saquon Barkley 90s style white Giants jersey. And I love Saquon. He's like maybe my favorite college player I've ever watched. And that I've worn maybe twice since I've had it in like 3 years. I even got it like, I got it like fitted because I got it from a garage sale. So I like went to a tailor, I had it like fitted to my size because I paid like $20 for it at a garage sale. But I still don't wear jerseys. But that is the only one that I saw that I was like, I got to have that. That 90s Giants look is just so clean. Unless you were talking about baseball, in which I'm way off the mark here.
No, it was football. It was football.
Hey, if I asked you to name because we were talking about Quinn Ewers earlier, and everybody's talking about like he has become a god since he cut his mullet off. That's like an ongoing thing. I don't really understand that. But I said if Quinn Ewers plays up to potential at the end of the season, we could say this might be the third best quarterback in college football. But if I asked you on the surface going into the season, if you could go with 3 quarterbacks, who are they?
It's a great question because I had him last year as my Heisman winner. And so I was all in on Quinn Ewers. And I still think if he stays healthy against Alabama, maybe it makes a difference in that game, but I just want to see a healthy Quinn Ewers. I think his throwing ability is so unbelievably special. But if I'm picking 3 quarterbacks that I want to have in college football, you have to start with Caleb Williams. Despite the fact that some of the Utah stuff bothers me, I'll still pick Utah to beat them every single year. That's just not a team that they're going to beat, and that's okay. I would go with Drake May. Even though the new offense going to be a little bit of a different transformation with Phil Longo off to Wisconsin. And then the third one's where it gets really interesting. And I might get in some trouble for saying this because I don't have Jaden Daniels as my number 1 quarterback in the SEC coming into this year. I gave that title to KJ Jefferson. But if I'm going with a third guy, I think you got to go Michael Penix Jr. What he's done at Washington as an Indiana grad, I watched him struggle to complete a pass a couple of years ago. And the transformation that guy went through, the reunion with Kalen DeBoer was pretty special to see. So you'd probably have to go with someone like that, though I love KJ. And I can't wait to see what he does in the Dan Enos offense at Arkansas with more throwing opportunities. But yeah, it does feel very Pac-12 heavy this year. You could probably throw Bo Nix into that conversation as well.
Connor O'Gara is with us at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. If you go to Saturday Down South, and he's tweeted this, so you can go to his Twitter handle and get that as well. The top 25 players heading into 2023 in the Southeastern Conference. Do I assume that you are suggesting to me Brock Bowers will be your conference player of the year? Because here's his top 5. Rocket Sanders, number 5. Kool-Aid, number 4. Quinshon Judkins, 3rd. Harold Perkins 2nd and Brock Bowers 1. Does that tell me you think Brock Bowers is the SEC player of the year, or you just think he's the best player in the conference?
I just think he's the best player in the conference. I think there's nothing he can't do. I mean, I think they should let him throw a few times this year just to see, maybe this guy does that at an All-American level, because we know he can run and take an end around 75 yards to the house. He can run away from an entire defense. I mean, it's incredible the things that this guy has done as someone who is 20 years old. He's not even going to be 21 until December. And he's already if he has another season like what he's had the first 2 years, I think he's unquestionably the best tight end in the history of college football. And you could go back and you could find the greats, you could find an Ozzie Newsome, and you could compare. It's difficult to compare numbers side by side because obviously the eras have changed and it's so different. But just what does Brock Bowers do wrong? Because the guy was being compared to George Kittle coming into his college career. And that's because of his ability to block. And you typically think prolific tight end, Kyle Pitts, a guy who catches a ton of passes. But what is he as a blocker? Brock Bowers loves to block too, and you just can't leave him off of the field. He can line up anywhere for you. I think he's the best player in the SEC. I think he's got a case to be the best player in college football. I understand when you've got the returning Heisman Trophy winner coming back, he's going to win that argument every single time. But I would take Brock Bowers as my first pick at the schoolyard. If I was a schoolyard captain, he would be my first overall pick.
So did you see him? Were you near him at all in Nashville? Because I had not seen him out of pads, and I mean, he wasn't small, but he was smaller than I thought. He's one of those guys that just looks bigger on the field.
Yeah, and I saw him at the SEC Championship walking down the post-game tunnel next to Darnell Washington. You want to talk about looking small.
We're all small there, yes.
We are. No human beings should stand next to Darnell Washington. Even Pat Freiermuth right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers is oh my God, this guy's one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen. Yeah, he's not that physically intimidating, but you hear Kirby talk about him and you hear he's like the quietest, hardest worker I've ever seen. The stories that you can tell about this guy, I mean, he's special. He's just so unbelievably fun to watch. I'm just hoping and praying that Mike Bobo's offense doesn't mess him up. That's the only thing that I'm a little bit worried about. I'm not worried about Carson Beck. I'm not worried about the pieces around him. All those things are good. A little bit worried about the Mike Bobo factor. I'm not as convinced as Georgia fans are that he is all of a sudden just going to be this perfect fit who learned everything Todd Monken could possibly teach him spending a year on his staff.
Connor O'Gara is our guest right now, Saturday Down South here on the Next Round. Jarquez Hunter back at practice today for Auburn, actually on the field. We don't know what suspension may be out there in his future, if any, but he is back at practice. Where does he slot in for you as best running backs in the SEC this year? How far down do you go before you get to Jarquez Hunter?
You don't have to go that far. I would have preferred to have seen Ray Davis get preseason All-SEC love instead of Jarquez Hunter with some of the uncertainty of his situation. I mean, quite frankly, like, we don't know. We're still in, it's very much day by day. It's news that he's practicing. We're going to wait and see how this all plays out, how Auburn's going to handle it. So it's kind of tough. Like, I'm not necessarily a believer that those guys who you have questions about, like George Pickens getting preseason All-SEC love a couple years ago, and he's coming back from a torn ACL. Like, he's going to be out for 2 months at the very least. It was just a weird thing. But I would say he's probably like somewhere in that 5 to 6 range for me, just because we haven't seen what he could look like without Tank. And I think that's kind of the question that I have is, okay, is he going to be a true feature back? Is he going to be somebody that they can really rely on? Because they have to. I mean, I understand Hugh Freeze has done a really good job in the portal. I think the offensive line should be better this year with all the group of 5 additions that they have up front, perhaps 3 group of 5 starters on the Auburn starting offensive line. But I'd probably say he's a little bit more in that 5 to 6 range, kind of more of the wait and see type guy. I'd probably have more confidence, and Auburn fans might be upset with this. I like Jace McClellan a lot. I think Jace McClellan's going to be a stud. One of my bold predictions that I have for this year in the SEC is that he is going to lead the SEC in rushing. I know everybody's talking about Justice Haynes right now as well, but I think getting back to murder ball, what Alabama's doing, I think that ends up being kind of a bigger story among the running backs in the state of Alabama.
Connor, when the coaches poll dropped yesterday, a couple of observations for me. Too high, Penn State at 7, too low, A&M at 25. What were your takeaways?
You said too low for A&M at 25?
I think
you of
low.
all people?
I think,
You may not have followed his love affair with Bobby Petrino. That goes a long way back.
Yeah.
But Lance has always loved him some Bobby P. So
yeah, I think here's the way this is going to work out. We talked about this scenario yesterday. Bobby Petrino gets the offense dialed in. If Wigman is really good at quarterback, because those receivers are going to be studs, they have this massive turnaround. Jimbo gets 0 credit for it. It's going to kill his offensive ego. But this feels like this is how it's going to work out this year.
I agree with a couple of things there. I think A&M ends up having a top 4 offense in the SEC. I think the Bobby Petrino, Jimbo Fisher marriage works. I think Bobby Petrino ends up being a Broyles Award finalist. I think all of those things can be true. A&M can go 9-3 this year, 9-win season. Everybody's kind of over the 8-4 jokes with them. They still don't deserve to start in the top 25. They're 5-7. They're 5-7. A preseason ranking is significant. We can't do projection, end of season projection. We have to base this on what we've seen the previous season and what the moves that they've made in the offseason are. And if we're talking about a 5-7 team automatically getting inserted back into the top 25, what are we doing here? What's the point? Because off-season rankings matter to sell tickets.
You got a
30-second timeout.
30-second.
Now do Oklahoma.
Okay, Oklahoma didn't have them in my top 25. Don't think they should be ranked. Same exact thing, 100%.
Right. Okay.
You had a losing season.
We've got another 30
Timeout.
here.
Do TCU.
Oh.
TCU I have at 16. Now, that's I still rank TCU ahead of Texas in my top 25, which is out SaturdayDownSouth.com. You can go check it out. It's all over our social as well. TCU, you have to put in the top 25. If you're leading TCU,
I do not. They're not going to be any good.
Yeah, they will not end up in the top 25.
Yeah, they're a 7-5 team, Connor.
I got to go.
But here's the thing.
I got to go with the team that's on the field.
Yeah.
Right, the team that's on the field, 100%. You still need to see it from the defending runner-up. The defending runner-up was Sonny Dykes, who did not have a team that was picked to finish as anywhere close to the Big 12 champ last year.
Fluke.
And you have to put some sort of faith in a team that made it to a national championship game to not start off in the top 25 after what they did as a team that started off 12-0.
Did they really play in the national championship game? They were there.
Yeah,
but
I don't
did they
remember
really
that.
play?
I want to remind you, you said Sonny Dykes in that sentence as if I'm banking on Sonny Dykes having another year like that. The guy's never
He's
done
National
it.
Coach of the Year.
Yeah, but
you're not going to give the National Coach of the Year preseason top 25 ranking, but a team like Oklahoma
if it was Kirby
is worthy
Smart,
after what they did.
If it was Nick Saban or Kirby Smart, I would. I ain't going to do it for Sonny freaking Dykes. Have you ever watched this guy?
I'm not saying you got to rank him in the top 5. Not saying that, but not in the top 25 for the team that just played in the national championship. I understand they've got a ton of offensive turnover. They've been super active in the portal as well. Like, let's not totally dismiss the idea of that. I'm at a different place with preseason rankings. I don't think they should be projecting for the end of season, because we're basing so much of that is based on like strength of schedule and stuff. Like, so you're basing strength and schedule on games that haven't been played yet. Preseason rankings should be the team that we saw on the field most recently based on the moves that they've made throughout the offseason.
Or that they lost. And Max Duggan was important, I thought, and so was the play caller. I will ask you this. Alabama overrated at 3 then.
I have no problem with Alabama at 3. I don't. And here's the thing. What's the argument? What the argument is Ohio State should be ranked higher, right? Like that's what people are saying.
Yeah.
Ohio State, tons of questions. Ohio State, I have winning a national championship this year. Okay. So I'm not one of these people that thinks that they lost an insurmountable amount of talent. Like, if your big thing with Ohio State is like the quarterback issue, it's like, when was the last time Ohio State had just a mid quarterback? Okay. That's not been the case for a very, very long time. But I would put Ohio State in the top 4 or in the top 3, and I would have no problem pretty much with anything you do 2 through 4, as long as those are the 3 teams there: Michigan, Ohio State, and Alabama. I think you still have to rank Michigan ahead of Ohio State. But here's where I get a little bit tripped up. Do people not think Bama deserves the benefit of the doubt? Do people not think that a team that just finished as the number 5 team in college football, that's been to 2 of the last 3 national championships, that's been to 9 of the last 14 national championships, deserves the benefit of the doubt? Meanwhile, a team like Michigan, who has beat nobody of significance outside of the Big Ten in the 2020s decade. In fact, if you want to go back the last 6 seasons, the Power 5 bowl teams that they have played out of conference, they're 1-6 against them. Okay. That includes a certain TCU team that you were just bad mouthing. I'm just throwing that out there. So if Michigan's going to get the benefit of the doubt just because they beat up on Big Ten teams, what are we really doing? So Bama then doesn't get the benefit of the doubt? To me, that's just a little bit ridiculous when we've seen these teams in a different place when it gets to that national stage.
Can we do something in the future?
What's that?
Every time Sonny Dykes wins his 9th game, we'll get Connor on. In the 9th game, we'll get Connor on the Monday afterwards so we can rub it in our face.
We're never going to have Connor on again.
I know we like having Connor on the show.
We'll
never see you again.
We're going to have Connor on the show regularly.
Okay.
But on the Monday after
That's
the
an automatic.
9th win into the future, whenever Sonny gets that 9th win again, and we'll see if Connor ever joins us on a Monday.
Is it cumulative? Like, do we go year to year to year like he gets 6
come
this
on.
year? Okay.
Come on. Especially the Big 12 now. Like, the Big 12 is so up for grabs. It's going to be fun to watch. Like, the Big 12 has suddenly become a super interesting conference now with Texas and Oklahoma not in it. I'm interested in Kansas State this year, even though they obviously got to replace Deuce Vaughn. But, man, I think the Big 12 got a whole lot more interesting with realignment. They might have been the biggest winners.
I'm excited about the Big 12, but some of the stuff you're telling me is exciting games. They don't usually make my main TV. They're usually TV 2 or 3. I mean, yes, I get excited about Utah, BYU, but what's on when Utah and BYU's playing? I mean, if I've got Ohio State playing, somebody good or a good SEC game on, that's TV 2, maybe TV 3 in my sports room. I mean, I understand.
Ohio State, look at the close Big Ten games they've played, though. I mean, those have been so few and far between. Like, I don't need to watch Ohio State beating up on Maryland. They played somewhat competitively with Maryland last year, and Maryland fans are in my mentions about not putting them in the top 25 when it's like, all right, let's chill out here for a second.
Maryland fans are complaining they weren't in the top 25?
Maryland fans are like, how could you put Mississippi State in your top 25 instead of us? I'm like, when was the last time you beat anybody of significance? Anybody. And let's talk about getting to 9 wins, and then we'll have
football and not lacrosse.
Yeah, really.
I think it was football. Last I checked, I didn't ask them. I didn't reply to that mention. Maybe I should have.
All right, he is Connor O'Gara. He will be back with us before Sonny Dykes wins game number 9. At CJ O'Gara on Twitter. Read him at Saturday Down South. Good look at the top 25 players in the SEC. His most recent work there. Connor, it is always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Connor with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
One thing that happened yesterday at a practice that people seem to think is always a good sign right after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, since 1836, family owned and operated. They are your diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question, you need to go out and see these guys. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
I don't know why this is the case, but people seem to always think that this is a positive sign from camps. And this happens in the pros too. But it happened yesterday in college. Big fight, 11-on-11 at LSU camp.
11-on-11 drills.
11-on-11 drills,
yeah.
right?
It wasn't a brawl. That was Montgomery.
Yeah, it wasn't a dinner boat in Montgomery.
Yes.
This was 11-on-11 drills, and it gets heated at LSU.
Right.
And, I mean, there are named players that actually get sent to the locker room to cool off.
Malik Neighbors was in it, and then I think
the big DBs out there.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's a heated fight.
Harold Perkins didn't come back afterwards.
But inevitably, it is always seen as, look at our boys. They are out there fighting the competition. They are hungry. Why do we do that? Why do we always think that a fight is a good sign? Because I fall into that camp too. I mean, I'm like, dang, this LSU team, look how hungry they are. They are fighting each other today.
Yep.
Do we even have pads on yet? And they're fighting. But I do it too. Why do we do that in football?
I don't know. I guess because it's a violent sport and you want to see guys get aggressive.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad sign necessarily. I normally this time of year just write it off, especially in this part of the country, to you're out there in that heat and humidity. I mean, in Baton Rouge, how hot and humid do you think Baton Rouge is?
Have you seen how Mike Vrabel, I know he came up on the show earlier, you brought him up to Clay. Have you seen how he handles fights in practice?
No.
He puts them in the sand. And so then you've got to do all your workouts in the sand.
So he doesn't want fighting.
He does not want fights at all.
I think some coach, they said Brian Kelly was pissed yesterday. Those are all the reports. That he was very upset with it.
That's what you have to be outwardly. Right. But I think when he gets back into the coach's room,
he chuckles.
And he starts taking that whistle off and hangs it up. He's like, how about our guys? We got them revved up, man. They got after it.
I had a PE teacher once.
I don't know why I went with a scratchy voice, but they get after it.
It's the exact opposite of Brian Kelly. I had a PE teacher once who was a football coach, and 2 guys were fighting, and some other guys rushed in to break it up. He was like, hey, let them go. Like he just wanted the fight to happen to get it out of their system. I mean, it was
that sounds like North Dallas 40.
It was very Roman Coliseum. Let them fight. Let them fight.
Chris H., LSU fan. I remember the Burrow and Queen fight summer before 2019. It got really physical.
Look out.
Pretty good year in 2019.
I don't remember that fight.
In fact,
it worked out for both of them.
I think historically, if you look back, they also had big fights in 2007 and 2002. So bet on LSU to win it all this year.
Already have.
LT's in.
The show being brought to you by Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. An announcement coming up after I tell you about Greg before we head to break. But Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the industry, all over the SEC footprint. You can ask anybody. They know about Greg from Pell City because of the work he does. He only services the central Alabama area, but they talk about him everywhere. One reason why, because he gives you a free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. And here's the thing that they don't want you to know about Greg. That he's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and that he does such a good job that they know, that his competitors know, that once you have Greg out, you'll use him the rest of your life because he's trustworthy. He's the kind of guy that's going to always help you. Say you bought a home. We had a listener the other day, wrote an email, just bought a home, and somebody had told him during the inspection, you're going to need a new roof. They get Greg from Pell City out because they watch the show here. He jumps on that roof and he fixes a couple of things, and he gets down and he goes, you know what, I think that roof's good for another 3 or 5 years after the couple of things he fixed up there. Didn't even charge the guy for the couple of little tweaks he made up there. Could be a loose shingle or anything that could cause water entry. Greg from Pell City will take care of it for you. A free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. A reminder for you right here. Our show celebrates our 2-year anniversary. We wind that in with our kickoff party, and then we roll in to year 3 of the show Here's the save the date. It is August the 17th. That is a week from Thursday. And we're at the Walk-On Stadium Trace. That's in Hoover, Alabama. And a lot of you have been asking about the time. It is 5 o'clock Central until. So whenever you get off work, it'll be happy hour plus at Walk-Ons right there, Stadium Trace, 5 p.m. until, I think last year we went to close.
We went past close.
Yeah, we'll go late.
Yeah, so 5 till until. But last year we took it to closing time because so many of you drove from all over to be with us. So sort of the same setup as we did last year right there. It's our third kickoff party, but it's our second anniversary celebration. It's at Walk-On Stadium Trace a week from this Thursday night. So next Thursday night, August the 17th, save the date and come out and hang out with us. We'll do trash when we come back. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
All right, before LT tells us about Harbin's, I thought it was just because of Brian Harsin. But you're telling me you're telling me there was like legislation that prevented the rolling of Toomer's Corner?
Scott can probably answer this more accurately than anyone because he's an Auburn grad, an Auburn guy. Scott, they were limiting the rolling of Toomer's Corners while the new trees matured. Am I correct on that, Scott?
That is correct.
Auburn has just announced for the first time in several years, the famed Auburn's oaks at Toomer's Corners are again ready to roll. They're allowing the rolling of the large oaks that were planted 6 years ago, and they've determined they're established enough now for the tradition to return. So, look, I know how the chat room is going to go. The Alabama fans are going to make fun of this. The Auburn fans are going to love it. It's what happens in this state.
Oh, it's a great tradition.
It is a great tradition that means a whole lot to Auburn fans.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, and a complete idiot.
Except one Saturday out of the year.
A complete idiot ruined it, and I'm glad it's back now. So really cool. It's good for Auburn and good for Auburn fans.
He has passed away, right?
He has passed away, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I do not know. Did not keep up with him.
Yeah. The guy was meaningless to me, so I didn't really follow his life, but I do think he passed.
But it's a great tradition. But I was there I forget who. No, it wasn't whenever it was. I was there one time. It was a win over Ole Miss. That wasn't last year, right? That was the year before last.
No, they lost to Ole Miss in Oxford last year.
So it was year before last. Really good night game win against Ole Miss. And I mean, just unbelievable. So I guess they were rolling all the other trees up on that part of the campus and wasn't really rolling that one.
Well, it's back.
Yeah. Well, good.
Unfettered rolling of trees.
Unfeathered rolling of trees.
That's right.
Roll them all.
Roll them all.
And by the way, you got a coach that will allow you to do that again. The show being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors.
You thought it was just Brian Harson.
Harbin's
Outdoors. City ordinance. I thought it was a Harson.
Award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, beautiful hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
John, I'm not a closet Auburn fan, but I respect great traditions. And on a college football game day, I mean, I'm as Alabama as the day is long, but on a big college football game day, Tiger Walk, when they're lined the streets of whatever street that is, I'm going to call it Donahue. Can I get Forrester's mic again? Is that Donahue that they walk down for Tiger Walk?
Yes, that is Donahue.
Yeah, I like Dunaway trying to throw him off that he's a closet Auburn fan. Is that Donahue?
Yeah. They walk the Tiger Walk on a big game to Saturday. Then you get that freaking bird flying around.
Freaking bird. It is an eagle, Jim.
Get the eagle flight flying around the stadium.
It is by far the coolest tradition they've got.
I don't think it is, but it's but you get that at kickoff, right?
Right.
And then you go post game if you win to roll to. That's a good threesome of.
So you think rolling toilet paper is better than an eagle flying out that's trained?
Yeah, the tradition of rolling Toomer's Corner is greater than the eagle flight for me.
Interesting.
I disagree. What do you think, Brown?
I would say the eagle's better. I mean, you're training a apex predator,
right,
to eat,
and it only fly around the field while people do a cheer.
But it's never attacked anybody, right?
Not that
it's
I'm aware
only
of.
hit the glass one time.
I think one time it hit the glass. That's probably the trainer's fault. I'm not going to blame the eagle.
I actually think it was the reflection.
Oh, it could have been. Yeah,
God's light was hitting on the glass that day.
So Jim's blaming God. I blame the trainer. Yeah. I do put the eagle in front of the rolling of Toomer's Corner.
Do you not think? Again, I love all three of those, so do not take this the wrong way.
Okay.
But do you not think if we put chili in a kennel at the end?
Now you're talking about the food or the dog?
The dog.
Okay.
LT's dog. Put her at the goalpost. And had something she liked to eat out at midfield that you couldn't convince her, open it up, and her in an Auburn jersey run out there and eat that at the middle of the field.
You got to remember, I mean, if nobody was in the stadium, yeah. But with all of those people, the sensory overload for these animals, for the concentration of the eagle,
Don't you
do
remember
what it needs to do.
Don't
is
you
very
remember when Lady Bird erased one of our former coworkers and Lady Bird got bad distracted?
Yeah. And that's
You
what
remember that?
happens.
Yeah. And got smoked because of her distraction.
We did have 4 people watching that.
Well, we did. It was in an empty stadium. That's my point.
But that shows you that and Brown's right. The distraction came just from that.
Rolling Tumors is one for me.
Okay.
As an Alabama fan,
that's right. Very important to Auburn fans what an Alabama fan feels.
Rolling Tumors is one for me.
Right.
Tiger Walk on a big Saturday is 2.
Okay.
Eagle Flight is 3.
Wow.
What is it for you, Forrester? You actually went to school there.
The eagle is so much
Yes.
above
Scott is right.
either of those
Yeah,
other two.
not even close.
right on
You are
this, yeah.
such
This
new money.
shows
No,
you.
the Eagle
This
Flight is
shows
new
you how
money tradition in
Alabama
college
he
football.
is.
You guys are such new money. Oh, my
Best
goodness.
tradition in college
If
football
they do
is the
something
Eagle
with
Flight.
drones soon, you're going to rank that number 1 too.
Nope. Eagle Flight.
I mean, a little history, man. Come on.
Dude, the Eagle Flight is incredible. That
It
might
is.
be the best tradition.
In college football.
Yeah. Now,
Wow.
when Florida State had a true Seminole, like somebody that was really pissed at the white man that threw a spear
That's right.
in the middle of the field.
I agree with Lance on that. Yeah,
that was pretty strong.
The planting of the spear back when Florida State had it going was pretty dang awesome.
Okay.
Those Florida State-Miami games where the Miami players, you remember that, where the Miami players would be out at the numbers?
Yeah.
And the Florida State guy, would he plant that spear right in front of him? That was phenomenal.
Yeah, never did the running down the Howard's Rock or whatever was done.
No, that's the most overrated. Low the total
and now
point.
it's gotten even worse.
I mean, you're running down a hill. I mean, what's the big deal?
Well, now you're sprinting down a hill.
Yeah. Trying to outrun your coach.
Yeah, and your duck heads.
Bud Light poll question: how do you which is the which is the best tradition at Auburn for you? Is it the rolling of Toomer's Corner, which you can do is it unfeathered?
Unfeathered, untethered.
Untethered or unfeathered?
I don't know, Jim. I'm just making it's
Unfettered.
unfettered
We
or
were-
untethered. You're combining them. Thank you, Tyler.
Unfettered. Okay. We can do that again. Well, we can't because I'm not an Auburn fan, but you Auburn fans can. The Tiger Walk or the Flight of the Eagle, which
Okay.
is called what?
I would just say the Flight of the Eagle. Scott may know.
The Eagle Flight.
The Eagle Flight.
Yeah.
Got them backwards.
All right.
All right. So those are your 3 choices. Let's do trash. Hit it.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weidenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I never get tired of that one.
I mean, the temperature, and it's much better in here.
Right.
I'm not complaining. But
This is so you. You're about to bitch about how cold it is?
No, is the temperature, it's like a 25-degree flip, right?
Maybe more.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have a cold front that blows through.
Yeah. Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you put Tiger Walk number 1? Is that what you said was number 1?
No.
Oh.
Rolling of Tumors.
There's 1. Tiger
Number
Walk
1.
is 2.
Tiger Walk is 2.
Because
on a big game.
Yeah,
Big game.
and they might have done it first. I'm not saying Auburn didn't do it first, but so many people do that now. It's just not. It doesn't stand out.
I don't care who did it first. There's a way to
But
do.
nobody. I'm saying nobody else flies an eagle around a stadium, and nobody else rolls trees after a win. I mean, that's just that's all I would say.
I'm just saying. I mean, I remember Tiger Walk in 1989, so I don't know who did it first.
Auburn probably did. I'm just saying. All right, go ahead. Lance.
We
Sorry.
could create new traditions in the SEC.
Well, sure.
And by the way, if we're just ranking things, glory to old Georgia, inferior to when Auburn plays it.
Well, they
And I
have
know
to change. They have to change
right,
the rhythm.
Georgia has an
Yeah.
extra letter; it doesn't
That's right,
work.
that's
but
right.
AUBURN works to the beat of the song. So it's better at Auburn than it is at Georgia, where they try to sneak in another letter.
know.
And I got to be honest, man, the UGA does nothing for me.
Yeah, Uga's badly overrated.
Yeah, I mean,
Lays
if
on a
UGA
bag
was
of
more
eyes.
active, he could catch frisbees.
Yeah,
And
something
by the
like
way,
that.
lazy as hell.
Oh yeah,
badly overrated.
Yeah.
But Uga.
Yeah, I
badly
think outside of the Flight of the Eagle, I might go running through the T when Tennessee's good.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Yeah. What do you think about Ralphie the Buffalo?
I mean, just because somebody could die, it does take it to another level.
Yeah. Bevo?
No.
Mike the Tiger?
If Mike the Tiger was out of the cage,
That's right. I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Standing on the visitor sideline.
But don't underestimate Ralphie is on a dead sprint. Bevo does nothing.
No,
right.
Bevo
That's
just
what I'm
kind of holds
saying.
it. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I said Ralphie. To me, I mean, it's impressive.
I mean, Bevo's a couple of eye blinks away from being on a grill.
I bet if you saw Bevo in
He hadn't
person,
blinked in a while. Fire up the charcoal.
If you saw Ralphie in person, you'd be like, okay, this is impressive. He is as big as I thought he might be.
You know, I've covered one Colorado game.
Was it that game, the Bama-Colorado game?
Yeah, Alabama,
I don't
Colorado.
think he traveled.
He didn't travel.
That's a long trip.
For the Blockbuster Bowl.
I do.
How long ago was that?
I do. That was 92.
Oh, we're at the stadium where the
91.
Dolphins play. The Orange Bowl? Nope.
And by the way, all the people who wring their hands about I hate what's happening to college football, everybody was wringing their hands back then because that was a good Alabama team and a good Colorado
one-loss team.
Yeah. But the Blockbuster, the guy that owned
Wayne
Blockbuster,
Wayne Huizinga. Yeah, he owned the Dolphins.
He paid a bunch of money. He started his own bowl game and was like, I'm going to pay a bunch of money and get good people to come to my bowl game. And he paid a bunch of money and got a good matchup. Blockbuster Bowl.
Sorry.
How many of those they do? 2?
No, I'll look it up. It became the Tangerine Bowl or some crap like that.
Tangerine Bowl was
No,
around.
it became the Champ Sports Bowl.
Over at Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, somebody said Ralphie's a terrible name for a buffalo. I agree. Somebody said that Ralphie's actually a she.
No, that's a male buffalo.
How do you know?
I've seen his balls. I mean, how do you think I know it? Dunaway? It's Ralphie. You wouldn't name a girl Ralphie.
Well, there's got to be
IE though.
There's
Brown.
got to be.
What's that mean? It's a stripper.
There's got to be a story behind the name of Ralphie, right?
All right, I'm looking up a lot of things.
Okay,
right
as you
now.
do that, at least 57 people.
Welcome to trash.
Fell ill with sickness and diarrhea after competing in sea swimming events at the World Triathlon Championship Series in Sunderland. Now, about 2,000 people participated in the events last weekend, which included the swim-off, Sunderland's Blue Flag Roker Beach. UK Health Security Agency said it would be testing samples from those who were ill to establish the cause of illness and any common other occurrences.
So do we think it was tainted water?
Yeah. I mean, basically they're saying the event was on a stretch of coastline that has been the center of a long-running battle over sewage discharges between campaigners.
No need to run the test then.
And the government concerning regulatory failures.
I mean, if they're swimming in shit.
Is that dude trying to itch his back of the neck?
Oh, my God, what's open?
He's unzipping or removing a floater off of him. If they're swimming in sewage, that's probably what caused them to have diarrhea. Intake, outtake.
Oh, gosh. 6 people have been convicted and sentenced in New York for stealing more than $3 million worth of cash, cars, and merch.
Can we go
in
back
a
to
string
sewage real
of
quick?
crimes? Yeah.
Swimming in sewage. Start this story over, but swimming in sewage. I sent you guys, nobody reacts when I send you guys something off of TikTok.
I saw that.
But I sent you guys, everyone, something off TikTok that we endorse this, and we all do it down. Some of you do it in your pool. I don't. But we endorse this. There was a grandmother. She was caught on. She basically went, ankle deep. And just squatted and started peeing into the water. Then she started splashing up to rinsing off herself.
I know.
So it's right there in the water.
Yeah, she didn't get all the way down in the water.
Yeah.
No, she was
she-
hovering over the top.
You got to be somewhat inconspicuous when it comes to it. Again, if you're the only person, and I've done this in early March, that wades out there for 5 minutes or less and then comes back in, it.
Yeah.
But I mean, for her to squat like she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then splash it up. I mean, I even think if you watch, she pulls down the bottom of her bathing suit a little bit so it could get up.
Yeah,
I mean, it was pretty disgusting. Yeah,
she starts splashing on the side.
Yeah, I was pretty disgusted by that. I'm sorry to not respond. My response is that's disgusting.
Yeah. Anyway, 6 people have been convicted and sentenced in New York for stealing more than $3 million worth of cash, cars, and merchandise in a string of crimes. New York State Attorney General said that the convictions in a press release on Friday, 6 individuals responsible for over 200 burglaries of car dealerships, cell phone stores, and ATM businesses located in the lower Hudson Valley, New York City, and on Long Island. The thieves were caught because they posted themselves on social media with the stolen goods.
Criminals generally are not smart people.
Dumb as a rock there, isn't it? Got this cash. Straight cash, homie.
Let's make sure we get a good, solid photo of your face.
So dumb. 6 members of the, quote, crew stole at least 54 vehicles along with cash and cell phones from businesses. 6 men were convicted due to a 13-month investigation into the string of thefts. Is really not difficult. I mean, dude on the far right is showing just complete face.
Yep. Well, there's no doubt about him. The guy on the left, we're going to have to piece it together a little bit, but I got enough probably.
I probably have enough.
Guy on the right, it's basically an Olin Mills photograph.
Yeah, guy in the middle might be a little more difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy on the right's going to flip on the guy on the left.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, all we got to do is get him.
Okay, so Dunaway, you've admitted to being to a all-inclusive place that had a nude beach that you partook.
Clothing optional. Yes.
Yeah, clothing optional.
But nude for you, right? Your option was no clothing.
Well, at one point during my 8 days.
Have you ever been
7 nights, 8 days?
Have you ever been to a nudist resort?
I have not. No.
Well, here are nudist
Is this
resort
nude all around?
rules for etiquette. The American Association for Nude Recreation, a non-for-profit group based in Kissimmee, Florida. Since 1931, they have helped hundreds of thousands of nudists find like minds and safe spaces for wholesome, clothes-free fun. Now, Carolyn Hawkins, the public relations coordinator here, provided some of the rules for nudist etiquette. We start first at a nudist resort. You need to bring a towel with you everywhere. They say most nudist gatherings mandate the guest carrying a towel or bath towel with them at all times as use it as a barrier when sitting down. They said it's for sanitary purposes.
Okay, so are clothes, and that's why. So we.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So basically, you're walking around naked, but don't sit naked on the cushion.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, I would not want you to sit naked on the cushions, but there again, that's why we wear clothes to prevent that from happening.
The same policy when you come over to my house. I don't like you having your bare feet on my couch.
I don't either.
Yeah. So keep your socks on.
That's right.
Yeah, and I've got people that do that and don't ask.
Yeah.
I mean, are you okay if I keep my socks on and take my shoes off?
Oh, yeah. Okay. At nudist resorts, people eat in the nude. Now, some patrons might find that dining area, if it's chilly, you're allowed to wear something a little light to avoid feeling cold. While most servers are nudists themselves, they remain dressed while on duty for sanitary reasons.
Where does he keep his glasses when he's not eating?
Boy, he's about to attack that Caesar salad.
He is fired up for that salad.
By the way, dude. The nudist camp is you probably should have started that salad a little sooner before you got to the nudist colony.
By the way, as excited as his face is for the salad, I'm glad the table's there.
Hey, that's a big-ass salad, right?
He's fired up.
Let's see how excited he is when the steak comes out.
Wow.
Of course, the crouton's bigger than the salad, or whatever it is, half a loaf of bread.
Pile of salad.
Not
too much, Tyler. Tyler, that's enough.
Don't zoom in, Tyler.
Okay, another rule of etiquette when you're at a nudist resort, public displays of affection are a no-go. Now, the most public affection displayed would be holding hands or a quick hug when you meet friends, she goes on to say. Now, a single person might not make it into a nudist resort. Quote, the clubs try to keep a gender balance as best they can, Hawkins said. While couples typically won't have trouble being admitted, singles could be. If a single male or female comes to the gates, they are asked, do you have nudist experience?
Yeah, I'm semi-experienced. 8 years.
What do you answer if the answer is no? And if I say no, does that get me in faster?
And finally, you can be nude, but you can't look sexy. For clothing optional gatherings, Hawkins said
our last guy was just fine.
Actually, a type of a dress code, provocative lingerie, dresses or tight jeans aren't welcome sights. She went on to say that's sex appeal, not a nude body. And we end with what's the junk food of choice for kids of every decade of the 20th century. We start in the 1900s.
I've been a kid for a lot of these. Let's go.
You tell me what you like. Cracker Jack?
I kind of like Cracker Jacks.
Did not like them. You know why?
Okay.
Why?
The peanuts in there
I
sucked.
agree. Crunch a Munch is better. Yeah.
Tootsie Rolls.
Never liked
Never
them.
a fan. Tootsie Roll Pop, I love.
I do too, but I throw it away when I get to the Tootsie Roll part.
Jell-O. I still like Jell-O a little bit.
I could leave or take Jell-O.
It's funny. Yesterday I was rolling around to pick something up for Maggie in a local grocery store, and I walked past the Jell-O, and I noticed it, and I was like, God, I hadn't Jell-O. We're talking about the pudding, Jell-O pudding.
Yeah.
No,
I hadn't had Jell-O in a long time.
This is the Jell-O gelatin.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate
I like the pudding better than I do the Jell-O.
I like the pudding better too.
Yeah.
Jell-O shots. You've done one of those.
Oh,
probably.
yeah. Usually at your house.
Hershey's chocolate bar. I've always said it's overrated. The dark chocolate I love, but the milk chocolate just.
Boy, both my kids love the Hershey's dark chocolate, the Hershey's milk chocolate bar, but it's just never done a ton for me.
I like the Hershey. It's just, first of all, it's just good chocolate.
Yeah.
And the almond one is my favorite.
I'm gonna have to move fast on these. We lot.
Not too fast.
1910s, Oreos, Hostess cupcakes, marshmallow fluff, and peppermint lifesavers.
Ooh, that
Don't
was a
really
bad
like anything
decade.
peppermint.
Yeah.
And
What year is
Oreos,
this?
I think, are overrated. The 1910s.
You know the Oreos I like better, the light ones.
That's
The
what.
vanilla.
So Jack went out the other night. They always we got rain going. They always get snacks Friday night. Typically, I'm the one that goes to get snacks. Jack went and got the snacks, and he got Oreos and the light Oreos.
Oh, I like the light ones.
Not a fan.
I mean, like less calorie?
No.
No, they're yellow. They're vanilla.
Yeah, vanilla. 1920s, the Mounds Bar, Popsicles, Reese's Cup, big thumbs up there,
Yeah.
and the Baby
Maggie's
Ruth.
favorite. Yeah.
I like the popsicle.
Mounds is a little underrated. Do they still
Not
make
a fan.
those?
Yeah, I think they.
I like Mounds better than Almond Joy back in the day, but I just don't really like coconut.
Yeah.
The 1930s, Twinkies, Lay's potato chips, Snickers, and Three Musketeers.
I mean, Snickers, come on.
Snickers is awesome. Three Musketeers is so overrated.
I like the Zinger better than the Twinkie. The Twinkie's the Zinger with the Zinger's icing on top.
Yeah.
1940s M&M's, Mike and Ike's, Dairy Queen soft serve ice cream, and Cheetos.
Pretty good decade there.
This might be the best. 1950s.
Dairy Queen soft serve's good, man.
1950s fast food chains, donuts, pizza, and Cheese Whiz.
Jeez. They got after it in the 50s.
The 60s, Little Debbie, Chips Ahoy, Doritos, Pop-Tarts, Snack Pack Pudding. That's
Little
pretty
Debbie's
good.
a little broad. I mean, she
Doritos
does a
in the
lot.
60s?
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know that either. That does seem early for that.
1970s, Pringles, Ring Pops, Pop Rocks, and Ben & Jerry's.
Well, I like to ring pop, but you can bust up a molar on those things.
Those are the candies of the future, man. The Ring Pops and Pop Rocks. We were trying to go to space.
The watermelon ring pop was really good.
So you ate dinner with me one night at Virago. We ended up going back-to-back because San Anejo, the Mexican joint, was closed.
Yeah, that's right.
And so when we went back, there was a sushi roll, the Godzilla roll, and it had Pop Rocks on it.
It did.
Like legitimately Pop Rocks. But it worked.
Yeah,
for
you
whatever
would
reason.
eat it. They would explode in your mouth. It was kind of weird.
1980s, the Reese's Pieces, Sour Patch Kids, Skittles, Teddy Grahams, and pizza rolls.
I like Sour Patch Kids a lot, and Skittles.
Did not like the Reese's Pieces.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of Reese's Pieces either, and I love Reese's. And finally, in the 1990s, Dunkaroos, Fruit by the Foot, Gushers, Go-Gurt, and Lunchables.
That's kind of a bad decade.
Yeah, it really was.
I'm about to go eat my Lunchable here in a sec.
Yeah, that is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right, standing by to help you today. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A question for all the doctors over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
Donuts good for you?
No, I'm having a little blood sugar issue today. You know, I can get out of whack sometimes. And I didn't bring any of my Way to Wellness protein bars.
Uh-oh.
So I was going to wolf down a donut real quick. Will that help my blood sugar, or does it send it in a bad direction?
No, I think it's better if you do a Redmond and orange juice.
I think you could quickly overcorrect. I think you've done about half the donut. I'd probably stop there if I were you.
Technically a quarter. So can I at least get one more bite?
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill, my friend.
I will, Dunaway. Hemp Hill Services, again, you need to make sure that AC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. And right now, Hemp Hill Services wants to remind you they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the Next Round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. They are an independent trained dealer. Their team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
The Blockbuster Bowl played 1990, 91, 92, and 93. So 4 years for the Blockbuster Bowl. Since then, that specific bowl has been the CarQuest Bowl for 3 years, the Micron PC Bowl for 3 years, the Florida Tourism Bowl for 1 year, the Mazda Bowl for a year, the Champ Sports Bowl for 7 years, the Russell Athletic Bowl for 4 years, the Camping World Bowl for 2 years, and it is currently the Kellogg's Bowl. It is the Pop-Tarts Bowl in Orlando. It moved to Orlando eventually. I don't know which of those years it moved to Orlando. But yeah, it was the Blockbuster Bowl very early. That was the one Alabama played Colorado in 1991.
See, I worry more about the freaking changing of bowl names than I do. Like, it's so confusing to me.
Like the Pop-Tarts Bowl,
Yeah,
you're not going to get behind them.
You lose all your history there.
Oh, this one had a great history, Jim. Did
Wait,
you hear
so
all the
you're
names I
worried
just
about
read?
losing the history of a bowl game, but you're not worried about losing the history of a conference?
The Pac-12. He doesn't
Well,
worry about-
I mean, conferences go away. So do bowl games, but I'd like to keep the bowl name.
Well, what bowl?
I'd like to keep the Pac-12.
Give me the bowl histories that matter to you.
All the big ones.
All right, so Rose, Sugar, Cotton,
Orange,
Fiesta,
and
Blue
and
Bonnet,
Peach.
Tangerine.
Peach is
Oh,
6.
Peach is 6. Okay,
Yeah,
so the New Year's 6.
So there's the New Year's 6.
All right, that
Okay,
matters to you.
After that, I'd like to keep the Liberty.
All right. It's done nothing for me. It's only because Bear Bryant coached last game there. That's the
I
appeal
just-
to it.
At least they still call it the Liberty Bowl.
Okay, it's probably because they
Right.
can't find an advertiser.
Independence Bowl?
Yeah.
Sure, I keep the Independence Bowl.
All right, Shreveport.
I wouldn't go there. Wouldn't want my team to go there.
Yeah,
but I'll
but
keep
it matters to you.
Sun
Okay.
Bowl?
Sun Bowl, absolutely. Sun Bowl. What was the original Citrus Bowl? But
It is now Capital One Bowl. Yeah.
Did you
May
say
not
the
be that
Gator Bowl?
anymore. Gator Bowl is a good one.
Yep.
I was okay with the Outback Bowl. We don't even call it that anymore, do we?
Well, I think the Outback, the sponsorship left. Yeah. So I think
No,
it is now the something else bowl.
But that's sort of like Pac Bell, the stadium, back in
Right.
the day in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I mean, stadium names change, but that will always be Pac Bell for me.
Do you know a random bowl game that I used to like as a kid? Do you remember the Copper Bowl? They played it, I think, in Tucson.
Yeah, in Tucson,
Yeah,
absolutely.
the old Copper Bowl. And it was just, it would come on, it'd always come on like in the middle of the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Yep.
And it was a night game just out in the middle of nowhere, it looked like.
Yep.
The Copper Bowl.
I always thought
crappy teams.
Yeah.
the Outback was the worst bowl because it kicked off at 10 a.m.
It was an early game.
10 a.m. Central, 11 Eastern, local time, 11 o'clock, but that's still early after
Ugh.
on January 1 after New Year's Eve.
No, I remember one year, I guess I had gone to sleep with my TV on New Year's Eve. I can tell you the year it was 96 because it was Auburn and Penn State. And the game woke me up. And I was like, my gosh.
Yeah.
How long have I been asleep?
I remember waking up in hotel rooms with that game going and not really getting up until – when did Auburn play Wisconsin? We were in New Orleans.
Yeah.
That was when Alabama had just lost to Ohio State.
Yep.
But I remember I watched that entire game in bed.
I was at that Auburn-Penn State game.
It rained. You remember how bad it
somebody
rained?
beat the crap out of somebody.
It was Penn State beat Auburn, but you remember it rained the whole game. The
Yeah.
field was a mess.
42-14,
Yeah, something like that. And I just remember the game waking me up. I'm like, is it third quarter, first quarter? Is this a replay of the game? I don't even know what time it is. What has happened here? We're in a new year.
Yeah.
It's bowl day. Also, Ralphie is a female.
Yeah. Well, I mean, IE, right? They spell it Ralphie IE,
They,
right?
they do. I don't think they've thought through that, but maybe so.
Has it ever been a male, or has it always been a female?
You know, I think it's always been a female. It's also not a buffalo. It's a bison.
Okay, what's the name? What's the story behind the name Ralphie?
I looked it up. Apparently, it was just going to be Ralph, and then a Tri-Delta sorority student pointed out that it was a female buffalo or bison, and so they changed it to Ralphie.
Okay.
To
See,
try
I
and make
think
it a girl's name.
Tyler's right about this. Yeah. Yeah. IE. And it's a bison. It's not a buffalo. We're up to number 6. Took over in
the sixth
2021.
one?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Pretty good luck.
Ralphie 6.
Hanging in there.
Yeah. Ralphie 5 passed in 2019.
I feel like we've had more Uggas.
I do think we've had more Uggas than Ralphies, but Ralphie didn't come onto the scene, and well, it came on mid-70s. I don't know when Uggas predates mid-70s, I would think.
I would think so.
Yeah.
All right. Final hour of the show coming up. We'll talk NFL quarterbacks, and then I've got a little college football game for you. We're going to call this one Turn the Corner or Crash and Burn.
You ready to play?
I'm ready to roll.
Are you ready to play Turn the Corner or Crash or Burn?
Ready to roll, Dunaway.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken this hour all the time. Sterling and the crew down there. Great place to go pick up lunch, dinner, and for your tailgate. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show as we roll in live. 18 days from the start of the college football season. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, everybody behind the glass, including Tyler in for Rockstar today. Forrester, Lunsford, Tim, and everyone else, including Taylor, who is on social media today at Next Round Live. Remember, thumbs up and everything on at Next Round Live on all the platforms out there. Already on the show, Clay Travis and Connor O'Gara. Big announcements coming next week. 1 week from Thursday night is our kickoff party and second anniversary party at Walk-Ons out at Stadium Trace, 5 o'clock until close. That's all coming up a week from this Thursday. So next Thursday, we fly to Ocean City, Maryland after the show. Forecast up there in the 80s and sunshine for a couple of days.
I have put it on my, you got the list of different cities you can have on there.
Right.
So I've already added Ocean City. Currently 77 degrees with a high of 83 today. It's going to be perfect. Tomorrow's going to be perfect. High of 84, low of 69. Little rain on Thursday. Then we close out Friday. Absolutely perfect. High of 82, low of 69. I like that we're touching those lower temperatures. I don't know about you guys.
Lance, thank you, Jim. How's the freeway look out there in Ocean City?
All that coming up here in the final hour of the show, but we'll be up at Ocean City. Watch all the platforms for the nightlife and, of course, the live show 9 to 1. College football is a big part of the show. We'll get into that after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's.
Odie's Tavern tomorrow night. We're obviously going to be out of town at Ocean City, Maryland, but Rockstar Will Haver, special guest, will be taking care of Odie's Team Trivia. Get there a little early. Enjoy that food from Rodney Davis. Been doing it for more than 3 decades. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, that great Diablo sandwich. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Again, every Wednesday night at Odie's Team Trivia. But get in for lunch or dinner on the other nights, live music Fridays and Saturdays. Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
We tried to go the whole show today without talking realignment, but it's so big with our fans right now because of what it has done to the college football landscape. The SEC has been very quiet during this part of realignment. Do you see that as a position of power?
Yeah, I mean, I think it has kind of changed a little bit east of the SEC, right? Because there was a thought for a minute that whatever you wanted out of the ACC might get gobbled up by the Big Ten. Well, 2 things that are at play there. Number one, that grant of rights, which is to ESPN, which would make it far easier for an ACC team to go to the SEC rather than the Big Ten. And secondly, the Big Ten has done all their expansion out west, adding Oregon and Washington. And so it makes you wonder if, like, the SEC did want to expand, would they have the pick of the litter from the ACC? And I think they would. Like, if they wanted North Carolina and Duke, or if they wanted North Carolina and Virginia, whoever it is, I think all the SEC would have dues asked.
Yeah, and I don't know how appealing those brands are right now. You look, the Big Ten, 18 teams starting in 2024. SEC is going to be 16. Do you want to keep up with the numbers? Would you rather have a bigger distribution when you're looking amongst the 16 instead of the 18?
That's what I wanted to ask here. So right now as we sit, better conference, the SEC or the Big Ten in football, and not for the immediate season coming up.
Well, I mean, do I just look at previous national champions and go to the SEC? It's pretty easy, right? So what am I basing this on?
Just the perception of the football product. We'll say you're
let's go top to bottom. I mean,
yeah, we'll say UBA, your UBA, a new broadcast entity. and you've got to come in and you're going to buy either the broadcast rights to the SEC or the Big
Can
Ten.
I be a Saudi prince instead?
Yeah. Okay. You're a Saudi prince.
All right.
And you're about to buy a network and you want to broadcast either the Big Ten or the SEC, but for some reason you don't have enough oil money to buy both.
Yeah, more oil in the SEC. So I think I'm going to go there. All right, so top to bottom. So
let's
how
do
are
it
you
like
gonna do
this.
this?
How about we just do the snake draft? We'll just go around. We don't have to you just tell me who you would take first, and we'll just go back and forth.
What are we basing this on, though? Tell me what I'm basing this on.
On success on the field and what we think they're going to be in the next 5 years.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with I want Ohio State because they make a lot of money. This
Well,
got
not
nothing to do with it. This is
tradition.
just sex on the field.
Because, I don't think anybody's going to draft Nebraska.
Yeah, but Georgia is one. I mean, Georgia's bigger than Ohio State. Georgia's bigger than Michigan when you're talking about the product on the field.
Okay, you're taking Georgia 1.
Yeah, Georgia's the
the
best program in the country right now and for the foreseeable future.
I will take Alabama at 2.
Well, I'd take Ohio State 3.
Okay, back to me. I am going to go. This is tough because to me now it comes down to either Michigan, LSU, or USC.
But see, when you go brands in sports, Ohio State and Michigan are huge.
Yeah, you eliminated Texas there pretty quick, too.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
I think I am going to go. I think I'm going to go LSU.
See, I think Lance's Southern bias has kicked in here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Big
not my
Southern
USC bias.
Why would you not go USC?
I just because when you look at, and we've brought this point up before, LSU over the last 20 years has had 3 different coaches win a national championship, 2 of which aren't good coaches.
2 of which are complete idiots.
Yeah, so
But
that's
see,
why.
if you're tiering this out instead of snake drafting it, we can keep the snake draft going. But if you're tiering this out, I think you run out of top tier.
No, but these are all still, we're still in the top tier.
Yeah, you run out of top tier Big Ten programs, football programs, before you run out of top tier SEC
You
programs.
say that, we're not done with the top tier. So
Well,
just,
hang on. So your top tier are Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Penn State?
Penn State,
I think Penn State's tier 2 for me.
So Ohio State, Michigan, USC. Then there's no other top tier.
What has Penn State done lately?
Not a whole lot.
They won a Big Ten.
Well,
Yeah, in
somebody does that-
2016.
Somebody does that every year.
That's easily, a couple of times, they're easily in a 12-team playoff.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot of times that Iowa would have been in a 12-team playoff.
Sure.
All right, but so your top tier is only 3? Ohio State, Michigan, USC?
How
Yes.
deep do you go in the SEC?
All right, let's do SEC. Alabama, Georgia,
Right
LSU.
now, that's it.
No, you just picked LSU.
That's what I said.
Oh.
Alabama, Georgia, and LSU.
So you don't put Texas in
You
there?
don't
You don't
put
put
Texas in
Oklahoma?
Not right now. Texas hadn't won a Big 12 championship since 09.
But you're talking the next 5 years
Okay.
is what you're saying.
But if Stark's still the coach, I would not put them in the top tier.
God, your hate for Sark.
I don't hate Sark either, but Sark is...
He's not proven.
What's he ever done? What are you basing your Sark love on?
That he coached at Alabama.
I know that, but
He's a
other
great
than that...
play caller.
Yeah, well, he is an excellent play caller.
Knows
but-
my name.
I've never said that.
No, he's a very good play caller. He's the best offensive coordinator
You missed
Alabama's
the
ever
last
had.
part.
So he knows your name.
Knows
Yeah.
my
Hey,
name.
Jim.
So
Okay.
just 3
All
on
right.
each side, so they're even right now.
All right, so we're even.
So you don't put Oregon.
I got Oregon tier 2. I had this conversation with our friend Charlie Vitella last night.
Right.
He's a big Michigan fan.
Yeah, he's a big Michigan
He's a
fan.
Big Ten guy.
So
he thinks the Big Ten is equal to or better than the SEC? Cut to the chase here. Does he think the Big Ten is better than the SEC?
No, he does not.
Do you
I'll tell
think
you
the Big
exactly.
Ten?
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you exactly what he said, and it leaned SEC. He was just interested in what direction we would take this. But when he texted me this last night, he said that he believes that still believe based on Georgia and Alabama, SEC has better top 2 in short time, but moving forward, Big Ten deeper and has more 15 to 20 type teams in the SEC.
No, see, that's wrong. That's where the
Well,
SEC.
that's what I'm just saying. What
Yeah,
he said.
No, that's where the SEC strength lies. I think it's very close at the top, right? It's very close at the top as far as brand, success, money that you can bring in, revenue, eyeballs. It's close at the top. It's those middle programs where the SEC is better. After you take away USC, Oregon, to some degree UCLA and Washington, and pair them up with Wisconsin and Penn State and Michigan and Ohio State, then you get to a lot of teams that I don't like wasting electricity on to watch their football
Okay,
programs.
well, I'll make this argument for the Big Ten, and then you can make it for the SEC. My tier 2, my tier 1 was Michigan, Ohio State, USC. Tier 2, Penn State, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Those are the only ones I had tier 2. But here are the middling teams that you could start to say 15 to 20. Michigan State.
Success on the field.
Yeah, Michigan.
Over the next 5 years, you think Michigan State ever has a top 25 team?
They were 11 wins 2 years ago.
But
I don't
you
believe
dog Mel
you
Tucker
yourself.
out.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
believe in Mel Tucker. I don't think he'll be there, though.
Okay.
Again, they've got a really good collective. So I'm just saying Michigan State is right there with Mississippi State.
Okay, but are you already to Mississippi State on the SEC? I'm not going to disagree that Mississippi
I'm
State.
talking about middling teams, and I'm just going from the top down here. And it might not be a lot, but I'm saying
Give
Michigan
me an
State.
SEC comparison to Michigan State.
Mississippi State.
Okay, so how far down the list are you on the SEC when you have that?
Well, Mississippi State's top 25 team this year. Or was last year.
Mississippi State?
Yeah. I would put Iowa in here. I would put Minnesota with P.J. Fleck in here. And then that's pretty much it. Now,
and how many SEC teams
let
are
me
on
go
that
back,
level?
though. Now you've got Washington. They would be in there, and UCLA would be in there.
Okay. Now, how many SEC teams do you have in there?
Top 25 or 15 to 20?
Yeah.
I mean, Florida, Dewey.
I know, but I mean,
Well,
if you've only pulled out Georgia, Alabama, and LSU, then
Yeah.
you've got Texas, you've got Oklahoma, you've got Texas A&M.
Here's the way I'll do this. You ask about Florida.
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
You ask about Florida. If the Florida job's open and the
That's about
Michigan
it.
State job's open, which job does every coach in the world take?
If the Florida job in what?
Michigan State.
Oh, Florida.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
Iowa.
not even close.
Yeah, so there's your answer there.
Florida. By the way, South Carolina should have been a preseason top 25 team this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, it's the SEC.
No, it's the SEC. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying the Big Ten with 18, there are a lot of options here.
There are, but again, they inherit a lot of bad football.
No, but I think they got – the SEC obviously got better with Oklahoma and Texas, but I think the Big Ten got better too.
No, they did.
Yeah.
They did. They're still closing a gap on what was there. I mean, the SEC brought in Texas and Oklahoma. I think USC is equal to the brand that Texas is and has had more success on the field. Oklahoma's had tremendous success on the field, right?
Yeah, but I mean USC.
They had a dip last year. and
USC's had the same success as Oklahoma, more than Texas.
In the Vulcan Town Automotive chat room, Seth says, if it were up to you, Mississippi State should either disband football or join the SWAC. You think they should be in the SEC?
Remember, I used to be the state hater.
I know.
Now
By
it's
the way,
you.
it's all over him. But
Again,
this is where he tells us he's got friends and it's a good
I
tailgate.
tailgate and start
I know
bowl
all
once
that
a year.
crap. Yeah, and you
Once
like
a
all
year.
that stuff, but
Once
you
a
do
year.
dog their program out a lot.
No, I'm just. I mean,
You do, Jim.
He's comparing Michigan State and Mississippi State. I was defending Mississippi State as a better.
No,
better, more
when's the
successful
last time
program.
Mississippi State had 11 wins?
When was the last time Dan Mullen was there? That was it.
I don't think they got 11 wins.
They were number one in the country.
They were number one in the first college football playoff.
I think it was 10 wins, though.
When's the last time Michigan State was number one in the country? 66?
Well, when's the last time Mississippi State was in a college football playoff?
That's right. They've been there.
good
They
point,
got
good point.
absolutely. They got their head handed to
Good
them
point.
by Alabama, but they were there.
Good point. Show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. No, we're not on the Redmond Vodka yet.
Not yet.
But we will be before we get on the plane.
Yeah, so I was going to take our friend Keith a bottle of Redmont vodka up to Ocean City.
Right.
I've never traveled with liquor on an airplane.
Because you can't.
Well, you could put it in your checked bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You can't carry
but
it.
I
home.
just don't want it to bust. And
Well,
then
that's the risk you run.
Do you think there's a good chance it busts?
Much better if you ship it.
Yeah,
Bubble wrap and ship it, which I also think is illegal, right?
Well,
to ship
I
alcohol
don't know.
across state lines?
I've seen Smokey and
No,
the
I
Bandit.
don't think
but-
it is.
Yeah.
No, you can order chicken cock online right now. Now, it might be illegal for me because I'm not
That's my point, yeah.
a distiller. Anyway, 8 times
But you're
distilled.
very close. You're closer than anybody I know.
That's true. Gluten-free, locally owned and operated, available in 22 states. Ask for it by name. Again, Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it, available at your local package store, ABC stores. Ask for it today. It is Redmont Vodka.
Greg, it's flying by so quick in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Are you as confused as I am about this discussion? The discussion is very simple. Our explanation was confusing. Which is a better conference in football over the next 5 years, the Big Ten or the SEC?
Yeah, top to bottom.
And your answer ended up being what?
What, the SEC?
The SEC.
Yeah.
Well, you seem like you were doing a lot of defense of the Big Ten.
No, to me, the Big Ten has had 2 premier programs and then a couple of medium programs and then a lot of bad. But I think with what the Big Ten has coming in, and obviously they've got more numbers at 18 to 16, I think they've closed the gap.
Your point is that you like the additions of USC more than USC is greater than either Texas and or Oklahoma.
I would say that, and then I would say collectively the four, USC, Oregon, Washington, and UCLA is greater than the two, Oklahoma, Texas. I think most people would disagree with that. And again, it seems like it's going to be easier for success to translate in the SEC for those two brands. It's kind of an unknown. I think USC is going to be fine. But Oregon, Washington, and UCLA are going to be fascinating.
I think it's easy to kick Oklahoma right now because they were so bad last year.
Again, Venables is an unknown.
Yeah. They may have just made a coaching mistake, but as a program, that's a healthy program.
But a coaching mistake can
get you bad.
Can set you back, man. You saw it with Oklahoma back in the day after Switzer.
Yeah. All right. More coming up on college football. LT's got our 4 downs, though, in the next segment. Show always brought to you by our wonderful friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Also, 30-year anniversary of something when we come back on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
All right, I'm glad Lunsford's getting back to his post because not this segment, but the next segment, we're going to, for the first time ever, we're going to play, let me get the name of it again. We're going to play Turn the Corner or Crash and Burn next
Can't
segment.
wait. I got to get Lunsford to help me download some Netflix shows for our our travel.
Lunsford's got a busy 30 minutes coming up. We do have some breaking recruiting news in 1 second.
Breaking recruiting news being brought to you today by our friends at Chicken Cock. The opportunity to get a nice stiff drink, kick back, and watch college football, that time is coming. Chicken Cock tells a great story.
It really does tell a great story, and our friend Ashley Smith was the one that helped us bring Chicken Cock to this great platform. It has become one of my absolutely favorite bourbons. Chicken Cock Whiskey, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America, founded in 1856 in Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous old brand. Look, Chicken Cock Whiskey has a name you don't forget. We'll tell you a little bit about it. Chicken Cock preceded popular usage of the term rooster in describing a male chicken. Rooster made its debut in the early 1900s. Additionally, rooster tails were used to stir cocktails, i.e., the cocktail. Additional reviews and information you can find at chickencockwhiskey.com. You can order all their expressions right there. Right here in Alabama, you can get the bourbon and the rye. Fantastic stuff. Ask for it by name. It's Chicken Cock Whiskey.
Before that breaking news, Patrick says, happy birthday to Wimp, friend of the show.
Forrester just told me that in the break.
So it's Wimp Sanderson's birthday today? Let LT guess. You got a guess?
I will say that Wimp is 87 years old.
I was going to guess 88. Somebody do the research. But happy birthday to Wimp, friend of the show. Love Wimp to death. And 88 or 87, whatever the answer is there. Happy birthday, Wimp. Michael's guessing 87 there.
I will actually say, as much grief as we gave Wimp, he is probably younger than his age.
So you think we're shooting too high?
No. I think we're pretty close, actually. I'm just saying he doesn't necessarily look his age. And
I feel good about 87.
Yeah.
I don't know that
grumpy.
for a fact.
Still grumpy, I'm sure. Peyton Woodyard.
Oh, here we go. Happy birthday to the Hall of Famer Wimp Sanderson from Alabama men's basketball.
Well, they're not going to post his age.
Yeah, boy, he'd get beat up if they did.
Yeah, but is that picture from 87 when he's doing that there? That could be the indicator that he's 87.
No,
Nick's guessing 90.
No, he's not 90.
Patrick says it doesn't look a day over 45.
He literally has jackets that are older than 45 years.
I would bet Wimp lived in a day where they used to stir their liquor with chicken cock. I mean, cocktails.
Oh, yeah, with a feather?
Yeah, with a feather.
Are you going to say he also used the quill?
Yeah, I don't know.
The quill to sign his checks back in the day?
Love me some Wimp. Okay, developing news on the recruiting trail.
Peyton Woodyard. He is a defensive back out of Bellflower, California. Oh, St. John Bosco is where he plays his high school
love
ball.
watching them on television.
Don't you love you some St. John Bosco?
It's usually when I get some guy I don't know and some other guy I don't know.
6'5", 200 pounds. He is a highly rated safety. Up until a few moments ago, was committed to the University of Georgia, but Bama flipped him. He's
Alabama flipped him?
Yes, he's an Alabama commitment.
You never hear of this.
He picks Alabama over, obviously, Georgia, USC, and Ohio State. Boy, he had some options, didn't he?
Yeah, that's a good options there. So that's recruiting news there from Brown.
And on 3 updates, and Alabama's number 4 with his commitment there for on 3 in their national recruiting rankings.
I thought I had him on 4 yesterday.
Alabama stays at number 4 in Dunaway's recruiting rankings.
Yeah, I'm confirming Nick said born August 8, 1937, age 85. That's bad math, Nick. 86.
Wimp's 86.
Yeah. So I was a year off.
Nick, thanks for joining the show, Nick.
We love
But that's
Nick.
bad math.
No, but it
math.
was bad math.
Yeah, so 86. Happy birthday there to Wimp Sanderson. 1 under the 87, 2 under the 88 that I presented.
No, I miss Wimp.
Yeah, I do too. I enjoy Wimp a lot. All right, so 4 Downs every day brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Perfect place to go grab a little lunch. 4 locations, hence 4 Downs.
Yeah, my favorite pizza out there, Slice Pizza. The Bajalia brothers continue the legacy. Their brother, Jeff, started 1 location, Lakeview. It is completely blown up. There are great locations all across now. You've got location in Vestavia. You've got Lakeview. Montevallo, and Crestline Park.
Yeah.
I'm going to the Vestavia location. I'm sorry, Tyler, the Vestavia location for lunch today, by the way.
First down.
Just an announcement to everyone.
Sean Mendez, 25 years old, ultimately better career. Sean Mendez or Justin Herbert?
You'll have to remind me of Sean Mendez's accomplishments thus far.
I mean, he's got a bunch of number one songs.
Yeah,
all the little girls love him.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a big fan, but Justin Herbert has been underwhelming in his postseason appearances. He's a really good quarterback, but what has he ever won?
Sean Mendez, is that the song Riptide. Does Shawn Mendes do the song Riptide? I think I like that song.
That's Vance Joy.
Yep.
Okay. So Shawn Mendes.
Yeah, Shawn Mendes is dating Camila Cabello.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying.
That's
Tyler.
So Shawn Mendes' top 4 songs on Spotify are "There's Nothing Holding Me Back," "When You're Gone," "Senorita" featuring Camila Cabello, and "Stitches."
I like Stitches.
I
okay.
think all 4 have been number 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Shawn Mendes. Camila Cabello is a good get.
Over who?
Over Justin Herbert.
Oh no, Justin Herbert.
What's he done?
He hasn't done anything.
What's he done?
This is who's going to end up with a better
Right,
career.
right.
Oh, we won't know who Shawn Mendes is in 7 years. Justin Herbert is still be quarterbacking a team in L.A.
Okay, so
Justin Herbert's Bubby Brister with worse hair.
When Herbert retires, can we stake bet it until then? I'll take Mendes, Herbert retiring.
But there's no way to judge who is doing better than what.
Oh, there is.
How?
Well, right now, Shawn Mendes is blowing him out of the water.
That's right. Shawn Mendes has the lead.
He has, because why?
Because Justin Herbert can't win to the postseason.
Yeah, and he's got 4 number 1s.
Yeah.
And he's dating Camilla.
Yeah. See, there's no way to judge that, so no on the stake bet.
Well, we could have I'll let Brown judge it.
No, he's already on the Shawn Mendes bandwagon over there. He's probably a fan club member.
Well, I mean,
you get discounted tickets before anyone else when Shawn Mendes is in town.
You say we can't judge it, but they literally play the NFL postseason every single year, including the COVID year. I mean, like, it didn't even stop it. So we're going to know.
You know what? Shawn Mendes isn't going to have problems replacing a drummer because he can't protect his left side. It's a team sport.
I'm
team
just
sport
telling you.
versus individuals.
I'm just telling you, Herbert.
Yeah,
never.
This is definitely this is a landslide. I think.
I agree. Let's go
you
to second round.
You equate,
and I don't like Shawn Mendes.
You equate a number 1 song with a Super Bowl win.
No.
Okay. What does a number 1 song equal then?
Well, for him, I'll just go a postseason win.
So I get every postseason win equals a number 1 Shawn Mendes. I'll do that.
No, how about a top 10 Shawn Mendes to a postseason win?
Who wants to keep up with the Shawn Mendes?
Do you know how many more artists there are than quarterbacks in the NFL?
You know how many times they do a top 10 ranking? Every week. Casey? Kasem?
What an old reference.
Yeah, but again, 32
You could have gone Ryan
quarterbacks.
Seacrest. You went
32
Kasem.
quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm fighting for Shawn Mendes.
Really? I can't believe Dunaway's fighting for Justin Herbert.
I don't like the way we always compare 2 totally separate things that you cannot.
It's good. Then you can start doing 4 downs.
It's the foundation of 4 downs. How do you not like this? It's what the whole segment's built
number
on.
Number ones in Super Bowl championships.
Okay.
Are not the same.
I know.
No, we just postseason wins.
But postseason wins, I'll take number 1s.
I
are
think
postseason wins.
so. You think it is easier to have a number 1 hit than it is to win a Super Bowl?
How many charts?
I'll
are
remind
there?
you the Macarena was number 1.
I
so
get
yes.
that.
No,
I get
think
that.
it is
I'll
easier to
remind
get
you
a number
Trent
1 hit.
Dilfer won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But all I'm
UAB.
saying is there is, I don't know, 50,000 artists out there.
They are.
It's easier to get a number 1 than it is to win a Super Bowl.
Second down.
I don't know if I believe
As
that.
a starting quarterback.
I don't know if I believe
As
that.
a starting quarterback.
Okay, Roger Federer, 42 today. Better Roger. Roger Staubach? Roger Federer.
No, Roger Federer, easy.
Federer was one of the greatest tennis players of all
That's
time.
easy. Now Roger Staubach served our nation. We're proud. We're thankful that he was in the Navy.
He won he won multiple Super Bowls.
yeah,
I mean, I'm
that's-
just saying.
Yeah, but he's not right. He's not fed. Come on, man.
Federer.
Okay.
Third down.
Anthony Rizzo is 34 years old today. If I asked you,
Who is?
Anthony Rizzo.
Okay.
You remember Anthony Rizzo?
First baseman.
First
with
baseman.
The,
Cubs, Yankees,
Yep,
yeah.
yep, a lot of teams.
If I asked you, better Anthony Rizzo, or Carmelo Anthony?
Look, I mean, Carmelo, yeah, he drug a team to a national championship, and he was a really good NBA player. I mean, what are you looking at?
I agree. I think it's Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
go
like Carmelo Anthony.
I mean, I'm not a fan of either one of them, honestly. I mean, I don't dislike either one of them. I'm just saying.
Truthfully, I liked Rizzo better when he was a Cub.
Oh, I did too.
And for the record, I'm doing these on the fly because I told you I had 4 downs. What I did is I found 4 celebrity birthdays, but I forgot to match them up.
Oh, wow. That's a heck of a matchup right there. Yeah, I can't wait to see 4th down here.
Doing a hell of a job, Whitey.
Yeah.
Another
Fourth
old
down.
We woke up 80 years old today. What are you doing over there?
It's in honor of Will.
Oh, okay.
That's Hank Stram, NFL Films.
You're
killing me, Whitey.
Dustin Hoffman, 86 years old today. Better career
Dustin
ultimately.
Johnson.
Dustin Johnson or Dustin Hoffman?
I'll go Dustin Hoffman.
I don't know, man. Dustin Johnson's won 2 majors. Right?
Dustin Hoffman has won Academy Awards, multiple
that's
ones.
a major.
Yeah.
I mean, Dustin Hoffman was in Electric Cowboy.
Electric
Rhinestone Cowboy.
He was not. No, that was Robert Redford. He was in The Graduate. He was in Rain Man.
Yeah, Rain Man.
Yeah, that's Electric Cowboy.
He was in Meet the Fockers, which was awful.
Oh, that was old him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not the one who did Say Hello to My Little Friend.
He was
That
in
wasn't him.
Midnight Cowboy, though.
Midnight Cowboy is what I was looking for.
Okay.
Midnight
With
Cowboy.
John Voight.
Yeah, Midnight Cowboy.
I think
That
it was
close.
the first NC-17 movie to win Best Picture.
I mean, Electric Cowboy, you give me that now. Electric Cowboy, Midnight
That was close
Cowboy.
enough.
That was
I mean,
close.
AI. That's all you need.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm going to go Dustin Hoffman over Dustin Johnson.
Hoffman.
Yeah.
Not even close, Hoffman.
I can't wait to see how this Mendez Justin Herbert thing plays out.
Shawn Mendes. Are you kidding me?
That's it, unless you want to do a fifth down.
Oh, I
we got
don't.
any more birthdays?
I don't. We got
Wimp Sanderson or
how many other Wimps do you know? Or Sanderson?
No, is it Wimpy from Popeye?
Yeah, Wimpy from Popeye. I'd go Wimp Sanderson. He was a
You
head
guys
coach.
went Popeye?
Yeah. An old reference, I know, but find me another Wimp, Jim.
I didn't even know what that was, and
Yeah.
I'm old.
That was the guy that ate the cheeseburgers.
Brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations. You've got Lakeview, you got Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park, local pizza, local ingredients. Don't forget about the $75 carryout special, 7 nights a week. You can get the 12 wings. You can get the half pan of the salad, 2 of the specialty pizzas, only $75. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right, we'll do a little turn the corner or crash and burn when we come back. Shawn Mendes not part of the next segment. Before we break away here, though, I did want to point out that if you missed earlier in the show, Jarquez Hunter back at Auburn practice
That is right.
today. No comments yet from Hugh Freeze about that.
I have not seen any.
Interview period was before practice for the players. I don't know if Hugh will talk after practice or not, but we look forward to hearing what Jarquez's status with the team is now that he's back on the team or back practicing with the team, because that is a big story, not just with Auburn and around the SEC. Also, news out of Auburn today, you can officially roll Toomer's Corner unfettered. That you can roll any tree you want, as much as you want after every win this year. So that is that's coming down. Checking in, Paul says the Manziel doc is great. Only 72 minutes. It's sad, he says. We want to watch it on the plane, maybe, Paul. So we're going to download it on Netflix and maybe catch it on the plane. So you've already watched it today, Paul says in the chat room. Can't wait to check that out. It's out today on Netflix.
Yeah, I'm doing it in break right now. We get Melton or...
Oh, we got choices now.
Yeah, I think Melton can probably do this.
I think so. Melton's a smart guy.
Lunsford's excited. We got somebody else who can help LT with tech.
I didn't realize. So I told Melton, I was like, "Are you 6'7"? I'm going to say about 3 bills." He's like 6'9".
6'9", big dude. You should see him. I played poker before. And he's been at the table, and it is Andre the Giant-esque when he's holding a normal-sized beer can.
Wow.
It is Andre the Giant.
Yeah, it's a good thing he's nice.
He's one of the nicest people I've ever met. Yeah.
Are you going like Frankenstein here that he could be?
No, I mean, if Melton lost it and snapped, he could do some damage.
Yeah,
that's ice.
I'd like to get him on tequila to see if, because people have those alter egos.
Yeah,
I've seen him get a little upset when you accidentally catch an inside straight on the last card. What's that last card called?
The flop.
Lunsford? Is that
the river?
River? Is that the river?
Yeah, the river.
Yeah.
Don't be like that.
Yeah,
You know
Dunaway
exactly what it
plays
is.
every night.
I know,
Every night he's like, I have 4 aces. Does that win in hand? It's like, yes, Jim.
If I'm a stroke under par, that's a
birdie.
But occasionally I will catch a lucky card, and that's when Melton, a very nice guy at 6'9", will throw something around Lunsford's house and hit a wall.
Wow.
Happens occasionally.
Yeah.
All right, burnout or something when we come back right here on TNR, being brought to you in part today by Dr. B, the guy that's got LT's hair looking fantastic.
Hey, look at that no hat today. How about that?
I
That's
noticed
beautiful, Lance.
T3hair.net, that is the website you can check out right now. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today. Tell him the Next Round sent you. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Back with you on the Next Round. A little college football discussion here as we get ready for the start of the season. Show 506, 18 days away from the start of the college football season. The Fugitive turned 30 yesterday.
Oh, that's a good flick.
Oh, man, I loved it. And it's one of those that I can still watch all the time. I think The Fugitive is a borderline top 10, definitely top 20 for me. It's one of those I saw multiple times in the theater.
I mean,
it was fantastic.
It's probably Tommy Lee Jones' best work, wouldn't you say?
Tommy Lee Jones, yes. I would say Harrison Ford outside of Witness, yes.
Oh, really? So you'd say second best for Harrison Ford?
Close, both.
Yeah.
And I think I saw yesterday that Alec Baldwin was almost the Tommy Lee Jones character.
Really?
Yeah. The
Boy,
detective. That's the detective, right?
Yeah. It's the U.S. Marshal.
That would have been Alec Baldwin with a gun again.
Everybody's
pre-gun, right?
Yeah, hopefully unloaded.
Yeah, but that's it's a great movie. And I saw this yesterday too. The original script, the dam jump, was originally off of what other body of water?
The Niagara Falls?
Niagara Falls.
Really?
Yeah. They changed it to jumping off the dam.
So I don't know. I said last week, Jaws is probably the film I've seen the most. The Fugitive is probably a top 5 that I've seen the most. And every time I watch that scene, it becomes more unbelievable.
What do you got? I didn't kill my wife. He goes, I don't care.
But there's no way he sticks that landing.
Probably not. I mean, your odds of surviving that one are very, very low.
Tell us about our friends at Tough Dog, and then we'll play a little Turn the Corner or Crash and Burn.
My favorite line in the movie is it's St. Patrick's Day. He goes, if they can dye the river green one day of the year, why can't they dye it blue the other 364?
He asked the brother, he was like, are you Irish? He's like,
no, man. I'm not Irish. Hey, Tough Dog Coatings. Perhaps you have been in a high-end auto dealership, a high-end garage, and you've seen the coated floors, and you're like, man, that'd look awesome in my house. You're absolutely right, it would, and you might have thought it was commercial only, but it is residential. Thanks to our friends at Tough Dog Coatings. They did it in my house. In fact, Scott is showing you video right now from my very own garage. They come out, they test the cracks to make sure they're just superficial and they're not foundational, and they test the moisture because they want those two things to pass the test so that their product doesn't fail, because they're going to give you a 15-year warranty on their work. Garages, basements, pool surrounds is perfect for those. It's that awesome coated floor that you've seen that just makes it look better, feel better under your feet. It actually makes my garage smell better. It's easier to clean. You select the color of the coating and the flakes from all their choices, and they got a ton of choices. And you can even incorporate like a team logo, a corporate logo, family crest if you're super uppity. You got all those options right there with Tough Dog. Easy to clean, looks amazing, does not crack, does not wear out like epoxy does, will not yellow in sunlight. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. You could call Jared and his team. They're Birmingham guys, 205-947-3639. That's 205-947-3639. Or visit their website, toughdogggaragefloors.com. That is TUFF, toughdogggaragefloors.com.
Tyler in for Rockstar today, so Tyler got the chore of listening to me explain a stupid game that we've never done before, and chances Brown will do how many more times in the future?
Oh, this will be the final time.
Yeah, we'll never do it again.
Yeah. You're going to like it, and we won't do it again.
This is called Turn the Corner or Crash and Burn. I've got 12 college football programs that have either slipped in its important year or took a big step forward in its important year.
Okay.
If it is Turn the Corner, he'll give you this sound effect. You turn the corner and you're speeding off. If it's Crash and Burn, it is what? All right. You ready?
Okay.
So if I think they're going to crash and burn, or if they're going to turn the corner.
Then you say turn the
And
corner.
then Tyler
Crash
plays
and
the
burn.
sound effect,
Yeah,
right?
here we go.
All right.
Can't wait.
Do we have an open?
There's no open.
Okay.
Miami of Florida, the Hurricanes. Miami. Crash and burn or turn the corner this year?
I'm going to go Crash and Burn. Partially because their big money boosters company is under SEC investigation, not the Southeastern Conference Securities Exchange Commission, and that could really crash their whole program.
Yeah, I do think the ACC is going to be pretty wide open this year, and I think Tyler Van Dyke will bounce back under Shannon Dawson.
2% body fat less.
Yeah,
very important stat.
I don't want to say turn the corner though. Could they park, have a meal, and we'll figure it out next year?
Do you have that sound effect? Do you have a Sonic sound effect?
I do not.
I'm going to be difficult here. I'm going to hold on that. I hate to ride the fence on this, but I think they're better. I think they're multiple games better in the win column, but I don't think
cricket sound effect.
Yeah, I just don't think they turn the corner.
Right.
Okay. Oklahoma, bad year last year. Turn the corner, crash and burn. You first, LT.
Oh boy, I think they. Again, I think they don't turn the corner completely. They're better this year.
Lance needs more options.
Would somebody
Jim.
check out in the hallway? When did we get politically correct LT here?
This is not politically correct. I mean, Oklahoma's going to win 8 or 9 games, which is going to be better, but that isn't turning the corner for Oklahoma.
Yeah, just
but I'll
pick a
go
sound
turn
effect.
the corner.
Yeah.
I like Dylan Gabriel.
All right.
He's turning the corner. What about you, Brown?
I'm going to go Crash and Burn. I don't believe in Brent Venables. Yeah, I believe they've made a bad hire here in Brent Venables. Good defensive coordinator. That was the cap of his abilities, though.
You think Rockstar's on the tour bus right now listening to this?
No. I think it's...
Damn, I mean, he's doing a worldwide tour.
Yeah, where are they? Does anybody know where Rockstar is?
Dublin, right? Dublin, Ireland?
No. Where's Black Jacket? Does anybody know?
That is a good pickup.
Nobody knows.
I don't think anybody back here knows.
Do they not? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was gone today.
Well,
did you?
it's on our calendar. I know you don't look at the calendar, but it's on our calendar.
No, it pops up every now and then.
Oregon State. Crash and burn or turn the corner?
Turn the corner in a couple of reasons. Not only Jonathan Smith has built this program and they've gotten better win-wise each and every year, But they're about to, and look, they're going to be competitive again in the Pac-12 this year. But once they enter the Mountain West, I think they're going to be the new Boise State. I think they'll be dominant in that conference.
Wow, Oregon State, the new Boise State.
With
That's something
Jonathan
to brag
Smith, as
about,
long as
man.
he stays there. Now, this is something to look at, though.
Did you ever think Oregon State's like, guys, one day we could be the next Boise State?
Well, that's, because he was making, Power 5 money, but now, and he loves that program. It's his alma mater. But now that you can't make that type of money, Jonathan Smith might, look to go to a bigger job.
What is this engraved rock? Oh, that's the Mountain West Championship trophy. Here you
Yes,
go.
I'm going to go turn the corner because they can win that conference and get in the playoffs. Yeah.
Very good. Okay, how about Minnesota? Got we bash Gus Malzahn for always losing.
Yeah,
4
I got
games.
this one. This is crash and burn, and here's why.
PJ's falling into about a 9-win,
Oh
8-win
my
guy.
God! What
right?
are your expectations for Minnesota?
But here's the problem, Lance.
You compare Minnesota to Auburn?
No, they're gonna crash and die, and here's why.
Crash and die, not crash and burn, right?
Well,
of course,
you hear that?
I would rather crash and die than crash and burn.
So the burn doesn't kill me, or is that what kills me?
No, I'm
is
saying
burning?
you don't want to burn alive. I would rather
But
just
do I
lights
live
out.
after the burning?
Oh, good luck.
Well, I don't want to do that. I
Yeah,
think I'm
no.
like you. Once the Big 12, the Big 10 West is going, and they can't feast on a average division, this program's going to really go backwards. Yep.
So crash and burn for him. You
Yep.
think they've turned the corner?
Again, I think they're parking and eating. I think he's done. Expectation-wise, PJ Fleck has done a hell of a job.
No,
at
I
Minnesota.
agree, but he's feasted on a very average division too. You got to give me that.
Yeah, but he's
That's-
still going to
that's
get
going.
some of those teams.
Yeah.
Tennessee.
I think they've turned the corner.
Yeah, I think they turned the corner.
Okay, give me one turn the corner there. Wisconsin. Split back last year, changed coaches. They're changing styles.
They
now.
lose that crappy division, but I am a believer in Luke Fickell. I'd hate to be Lance here, but I think no change.
Yeah, I'm going to say at least this year, I think they turned the corner. The unfortunate thing for them is they've got USC and Oregon,
That's
which are
right.
better programs coming in.
Yeah.
Iowa State, because this is the guy we talked about, was it 3 years ago with Matt Campbell? That
Yeah,
he had
yeah.
some job opportunities. He decided to stay at Iowa State. And,
Yep.
and now, unfortunately, Iowa State is back to being Iowa State again.
Yeah.
I think Matt Campbell's a really good coach. I think he needs to find a collective that can back him. I mean, the Big 12, you heard Conor O'Gara, it is wide open now.
It really is.
And so I think he's got an opportunity. I'm just going to say in Matt Campbell, I believe. So I'm going to say turn the corner.
Yeah.
Of course, they turned the corner a couple of years ago with him.
Yeah.
And then they crashed and burned last year. Texas, big year for Texas. Big year for Sark. You guys don't believe in Sark.
I don't believe in Sark, but I do believe. I mean, what has turned the corner? What was?
Texas reputation is at least 9 wins.
4 games by 18 total points last year, so they were
Yeah.
really close last year.
At least 9.
I'm going to say turn the corner this year.
I think it's disappointing if it's less than 10.
Oh, if they win less than 10 and don't win the Big 12, really, if they're not in the college football playoff this year, if I'm a Texas fan, I'm pissed.
A 4-team playoff.
I am livid.
Wow.
Again,
You would be mad a lot if you were a Texas fan.
well,
with that
no,
attitude.
but this year, especially year 3 for Sark, your final year in the Big 12, you're the favorite to win the Big 12.
You got the best roster.
You've got the best roster by far. And by the way, TCU just played for the national championship. Yeah, I'm livid.
Yeah, there would be a lot of reasons to be pissed. Good point. Chip Kelly, UCLA. They turned the corner a little bit
They
last
did turn the corner a little bit last year, but I think they've hit their limit there, especially
lost
going to the
an
Big Ten.
iconic quarterback.
Yeah, a guy who's looking good in NFL preseason. In one game, he was the talk of the entire game. DTR.
Yeah, I feel like I'm saying fascinating too much, but I think it's going to be fascinating
agree.
to see them go into the Big Ten based on the fact that now they've got money to spend.
Just don't use captivating.
They always, football was not a priority. They skimped on the budget, but now that you've got this Big Ten money, that's the reason you went. If they give him the resources, Chip Kelly can still coach football. And that program, much like Oregon State, has gotten better each and every year.
Do they get taxed California taxes, or do they get taxed where Indianapolis, where the check comes from?
Who?
The
No,
money
I think it's California taxes. Yeah,
well, that sucks.
Oh, it definitely sucks.
Yeah.
They're the one that took the job, though.
But Dante
I think
Moore.
I'd bank in Indianapolis if I was UCLA.
Chase
Live in
Garbers
Nevada.
might be the guy to start the season. I still think Dante Moore will be that guy. And much like Dorian Thompson-Robinson, in a couple of years, he's going to be really good.
Okay, give me one more. North Carolina.
Look, I love the quarterback, but the coaching situation with
pick
Mac
third in that
Brown-
conference, though. If they finish third in that conference?
Yeah, I think he's good enough, Drake May, for them to be able to pull over and eat. But Mac Brown, this is his last year, in my opinion, because Drake May is going to go on to the NFL.
Yeah.
So this will be Mac Brown's final year, in my opinion.
LT's got Mac Brown pulling over to eat, but he's choking on a piece of food.
But God knows North Carolina never has a really good quarterback that goes to the NFL and then underachieves. Sam Howell somewhere still in the league?
Well, yeah, he'll be starting for Washington this year. Your dislike for Drake May makes no sense.
No, I don't dislike him. He's just not the second best quarterback in college football this year.
We'll see.
That is Crash and Burn or Turn the Corner. Brought to you today by our friends at Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness help you with your weight loss, your blood pressure, your cholesterol. As you get older, sometimes those things get out of whack. Leslie and her board-certified team, I stopped by yesterday and said hi to Leslie, picked up some great protein bars for the trip up to Ocean City. You can find out more details. Just go to aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. One more segment to go. McDonald's with an amazing fact you'll want to hear about next on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Final segment here, as always, brought to you in part today on Tuesdays by our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and our friends at Bud Light. One big note coming out of Chapel Hill, since we've been talking Drake May, big receiver, Tez Walker, Kent State transfer, 58 passes, 921 yards, 11 touchdowns last year, according to Brandon Marcello and others reporting this. If you ever wonder if the NCAA is through screwing people over, Tez Walker's waiver for immediate eligibility has been denied by the NCAA, so he is not eligible to play this year. He has to sit out a year at North Carolina. North Carolina is trying to appeal the decision. He was a Biletnikoff Award watch list guy and the guy who's supposed to, with Drake May, maybe contend for the Biletnikoff Award, but right now he's ineligible, and they'll have to get him cleared to play. That'll be a big blow as they try to replace Josh Downs at North Carolina. They thought this kid could step up. He's one of the MAC guys. You kept talking about how you can go get good MAC receivers from the group of 5 every now and then, and that was one of the guys LT pointed out that he could play at the next level. Before you leave today, remember the replay starts in a second. Set your alerts, thumbs up and everything, but set the alerts because we have a lot of new programming that is coming your way. We announced the show yesterday, Brownie. That was...
it was our friend Zach Blackerby from the Locked On Auburn podcast and also Brad Law from the Auburn Network. They will be joining together to do 4 days a week, 25 to 30 minutes on the Auburn Tigers. It will be part of our YouTube offerings. We'll also put it up on our audio podcast. It will not be a live show. It'll be a pre-recorded show. And when it starts next Monday, we will give you more information on where you can find that, but we're excited about it.
Okay, so that starts next Monday.
Yeah.
So alerts for everything so you don't miss any of the programming this football season. Mike in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. When is the TNR kickoff party? Not this Thursday, but next Thursday. Next Thursday, 5 o'clock. Yes.
Bobby and John asking about cocktail hour. All our equipment was shipped to Ocean City, so no cocktail hour today. But as a special bonus, what we're going to do is in between flights at the Charlotte airport, are we going to do an Ask Us Anything?
Yeah,
Perfect.
assuming the Wi-Fi and our signal is good enough.
So we'll give that a shot. Final stat of the day. Here we go. Pre-pandemic, how many to-go orders or how many dine-in orders by percentage dined in at McDonald's?
I would go 38.5%.
Pre-pandemic?
Pre-pandemic.
I'd go 25%.
25% is on the nose. As of today, new research released by McDonald's, how many dine in?
5.6%.
I'd go 7%.
10% is it. Just 10% of the people dine in at McDonald's around the world. That's your stat of the day there.
I like drive-thrus better myself.
I do too.
I like DoorDash. Charge too much.
My neighbors get my DoorDash all the time. I have to walk around the corner
to your neighbor's place
and pick it up. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.